Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Morinure Eikenberg here. Hello. Hello. Oh, hold on, you guys. I hold on, people that are about to come on or people that are watching. I am just testing out the a new form of live streaming by just using my webcam. Hold on for 1 second. Let me check to see if everything is okay. Uh, Not seeing anyone watching yet, but that's okay because I am just testing. I want to see how everything works out. Let me see. Go to my YouTube channel, test it from someone's perspective. Oh, okay, yeah, we are good to go. Yeah. Again, hello guys. Doc Carbon has joined us. Hello, Doc Carbon. Hola to you too. Homer Simpson says hello, Marino. Doc Carbon is asking me, do you use Graveyard Door for spells and magic? Jason Dunn says hello, just in briefly while I can. Okay, good, Jason. I hope you don't have to work as hard as you had to do yesterday. Let me share this too via Facebook and so on, the way I usually do. Yeah, Jason, I'm just streaming via YouTube directly instead of going via Google Hangouts. And this does appeal to me more. You have a timer that tells you exactly how much you've been online, how long. You can see how many people are online. And I have access to the chat bar right away, so no separate window needed. So all in all, I'm content. I have to do this. So yeah, hence me testing it out in the beginning. I need to do so, okay, because Google Hangouts, I've understood, is going away. Like I said yesterday, Google Hangouts is going away August, sorry, August the 1st. So yeah, I just tested everything out by doing this, and I can hear myself okay, and everything is okay. Okay. In any case, yeah, let's start the stream. For people that are, hold on for a second. For people that are unfamiliar with what the topic is about, hold on, hold on. Give me un second. Give me a second. Um, just give me a second. Yeah, this is the subject or topic, the Grimorium Verum, which we are going to discuss, and other miscellaneous subjects. So anything else anyone has to say. So the Grimoire, the Grimorium Verum, and miscellaneous subjects. So hence the cover photo too. The cover photo, the thumbnail. Thereby I mean the thumbnail. The thumbnail is from the Grimorium Verum itself. Some of you might not be familiar with this grimoire. Long story short, it's the grimoire that Clowneck is from and Lucifer is from too, etc., etc. So yeah, Jason Dunn, working hard, of course. Okay, so before I start, let me get to Doc Carbon's question. I don't use graveyard dirt for spells and magic. No, 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 no. Doc Carbon, no. No. Okay. So yeah, let's start. The Grimorium Verum. The Grimorium Verum is, long story short, a grimoire in the vein of the Lesser Key of Solomon. and all its subcontents like the Goetia and whatnot. And like I said, the Grimorium Verum, generally speaking, amongst the cultists or amidst the cultists, is known for being the grimoire or one of the grimoires, but pretty much the primary grimoire amongst all the well-known grimoires amongst the cultists that most are familiar with. Thereby, I mean that where Lucifer stems from. Where Lucifer stems from. Jason Dunn says, I enjoyed what I saw of yesterday's stream and Enochian spirits. Good for you, of course. Yeah, so good for you, of course. That's always great and whatnot. Yes. Yeah, Enochian spirits yesterday with Ayat Pio. Definitely. In any case, relating to the Grimorium Verum, it's one of the grimoires known that Lucifer is from. You also have a bunch of other spirits mentioned therein, Beelzebub, and just goes on and on and on and on. Okay, you've got Cloudnet too. I've covered a couple of spirits from the Grimorium Verum. I'm going to share the playlist here. Here, a playlist on spirits mentioned in the Grimorium Verum that I've covered. Grimorium Verum. That's a playlist on spirits that I've covered. The first one you'll come across up top is, of course, the most popular one, working with Lucifer. Astaroth is also mentioned in it. So, if there's anything, let me know. If you guys can hear me and see me, okay? Can see and hear me, okay? If there is anything, in case there is anything, okay? The 7 people are watching right now. Good to see that is the case. People are actually listening to when I tell them to literally click the bell icon and just subscribe, not just subscribe to me, click the fucking bell icon so that you'll get notified the second I host a live stream. And then if you're free and if you want to, then you can join in, your choice. But don't complain when, and tell me, hey, how can I know when you're going to live stream and blah, blah, blah. It's kind of a stupid question, especially on the internet. Spinosaurus says, I can hear and see you, okay. So yeah, let's start. I have a copy of the Grimorium Verum, specifically the version that was edited and translated by Joseph H. Peterson with complete French and Italian text. Of course, those are not needed, or those will not be needed. So I'm just going to read a couple of snippets. Grimorium Verum, a handbook of black magic, and then you have my thumbnail. So yeah, let's get to the preface. Grimorium Verum is one of the most notorious handbooks of black magic, one of the few that deal openly with spirits of darkness. People have long sought the aid of non-physical beings. The biblical King Solomon in particular had a reputation since ancient times for commanding demons. There are many texts claiming to reveal Solomon's methods for controlling spirits. One of the oldest, 1st to 3rd century, is the Testament of Solomon. It includes an extensive catalog of demons and supposedly explains how Solomon compelled them to help build his temple in Jerusalem. A more influential text on Solomon's magic is Claficula Salomonis, or the Key of Solomon, which exists in many widely varying manuscript forms. Unlike the Testament, Claficula has very little information on specific demons, although it is common to find various demonologies appended to it in the manuscripts. Many of the modern handbooks of magic or grimoires draw on the Claficula to some degree. Grimorium Verum too depends heavily on the Claficula, but the methods have been greatly simplified. Likewise, incorporates a catalog of specific demons and their powers and adds other sinister elements. Missing drawings, dislocated text, and faulty Latin all serve to confound the casual reader. In some places, Solomon is identified as the biblical king, while elsewhere he is identified as a Jewish rabbi. In 1999, I undertook a translation of the Grimorium Verum based on a French edition published by Ches Alibek from 1517 to 1817. Although the Alibek edition is defective in many ways, I was able to supply some of the many missing drawings using parallel passages in other grimoires. Nonetheless, the resulting text was still far from coherent. I also included in my first edition a transcription of the Italian edition of Amato Musi, Firenze, 1880, and noted that the Italian edition included more material, although it too was obviously defective. I made no effort at that time to study the difference other than had to compare readings of some of the many puzzling passages. In 2006 and 7, I obtained photographs of the two remaining printed editions and took the opportunity to study all of them in more details. And let's see. And it just goes on, okay? Nothing really important in relation to the editor. His thanks for editing this. And it just goes on. Nothing that is interesting or that will be of interest to the average reader. Again, anyone is welcome to ask questions while I read. Anyone is welcome to ask questions while I read, while I recite or read. Come on, auto-correct me. So, so yeah, and we're going to then delve right into the core of the book, and you've got a couple of other thingies. I think at least partially of malediction. I thought it fitting in a work such as this to include a negative equivalent of thanks, namely a curse. It should be apparent that considerable effort and expense went into preparing this book. Unfortunately, copyright violators are daily making such ventures more and more impractical. So I will repeat the words of Pseudo Albertus. Inasmuch as at this juncture all look so gloomy in society, the writer of this expects that no pirate of books will wrongfully seize this work and reprint the same. If anyone does not wish to incur the eternal curse, even a condemnation from such an act, while we recommend it to the protection of God and the Holy Trinity that they may be watching over the same, and set the angel Michael as watching guard over the undertaking, blah, 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 blah. It's basically the occult version of an anti-piracy law. Okay, and yeah. For the rest, it's just a general grimoire, and it's set in a traditional way. And by traditional way, I mean that they that you need basic things: a magic circle, you need this, you need that, similar to the Goetia. You need an altar and all of those things. So I'm obviously going to disregard that or discard that for pretty much obvious reasons. All of these spirits can be summoned with the same magical system that I use, as well as any other spirit. So just ignore the whole traditional context. God knows I did in the beginning. The only thing I cared about was these spirits. Okay, kind of like an encyclopedia. Spinosaurus is asking me, how can one attract a succubus? That's a good question. Why would you want to attract a succubus? If you want to attract a succubus, it's not black and white. There are several ways to go about it, but yeah, you need to be a lot clearer than that. What your motivations are, for example, and whatnot. Yeah. And then we'll just continue here. The prelude explains in the chapter describing the spirits that which is very necessary to be read and well noted in order to acquire knowledge of this divine work. The spirits who are powerful and exalted serve only their confidence and intimate friends, or if a pact has been entered into, or their service can be acquired by means of certain characters at the will of Singambut. And Singambut means oh, sorry, the editor didn't specify what Singambut means. Or his secretary, let the reader or operator be aware, lest he said spirits catch you unawares. Rabbi Dandas, of whom we will give you information and perfect knowledge in order to call, conjure, and constrain him. As you will see in the key, later on will be described the manner of making pacts with spirits, etc., etc., etc. And then we have these spirits, okay? There are both superiors and inferiors. The superiors are named Lucifer, Beelzebub, and Astaroth. The emperor rules 3 counts. The spirits are all able. The inferiors of Lucifer inhabit Europe and Asia. Those who are obedient to Beelzebul inhabit Africa, which obtain the laws. Astaroth inhabits the Americas, wherein each of them has two commands: the subject and blah 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 blah. And then you have the seals of these spirits, and you have several spirit names. You name it. Let's start. Moving on to lower spirits, the two subordinates of Lucifer are put Satanakia and Agalirap. Hope I'm saying it correctly. Are put Satanakia and Agaliriap. Those of Beelzebub are Tarhi, Mahe, and Fleruti. And the two subordinates of Astaroth are Sagantana and Nesbiros. And there are still other demons that fall under Sirach the Duke. There are 18 others. The names are as follows: Clonek, Musisin, Berhout, Primos, Clefot, Kil, Merfide, Klisteret, Sirshade, Segal, Hipact, Humots, Fusier, Goulan, Surgat, Morail, Frutimier, and Huictigaras. Holy crap. All of with their seals also here mentioned, you name it. And yeah. Homer Simpson says, I saw your article about manifesting things with Belphegor. Can you manifest literally anything? Well, things didn't work out the way I wanted it to be with Belphegor, but in theory, yes. In theory, you should be able to manifest anything. Sandalphon can also do this, but it's not a specialty, manifesting things. So, so from the astral into the physical would be cool though. So yeah, oh crap. There are still other demons, but being lacking in power, we will not speak of them. The power of the 18 spirits is as follows. Klaunak has power over goods and riches and can help you find hidden treasures for those who make a pact with him. He can give great riches, being greatly loved by Lucifer, and it is he who makes him bring the money. Obey him and he obeys. Musisin has power over the great lords and teaches them all that happens in the republics and the realms of their allies. Hold on for a second. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, okay. Bishout has power over wind, storms, lightning, hail, and rain, as well as stuffed toads or other things of that sort. Primus has power over women and girls and will help you have enjoyment of them. Oh. Clifford makes you see all sorts of dances. Kiel can produce earthquakes and tremors of the earth. Merfilde has the power to transport you in an instant wherever you want to. Klistert makes it seem day or night wherever you wish. Sirshat has the power to make you see all kinds of animals of any nature. Segal shows all sorts of marvels and chimeras, both natural and supernatural. Hipak will bring a distant person to you in an instant. Humots has the power to bring to you all sorts of books that you can desire. Fushier can resuscitate the dead. Goulan has the power to excite and cause every sort of disease. Surgat can open all sorts of locks. Morail has the power to render persons invisible. Frutimier has the ability to prepare all sorts of feasts for you. Holy crap. Okay, a cook. Nice. No offense intended. Huictigara causes sleep or wakefulness in some, and in others a troublesome sleepiness. Jason Dunn says, "Ooh la la." Yeah. Even I am seeing only some of these guys now. I remember back when I first purchased the Grimorium Verum, I didn't really pay extensive attention to these things. I just skipped briefly over the entire grimoire and only took parts, the pages which had demons, or the parts which had spirits, you know. And even then, the Grimorium Verum isn't one of the most popular grimoires out there compared to the others, compared to the Goetia and whatnot. So the only spirit that I really laid my eyes on when I shifted through the Grimorium Verum was Clonek, and Sklonek being in my hence Clonak being in my one of the spirits that I work with, being in my repertoire, if you will, of spirits. Hold on for a second. Just give me a second. Let me open up my website, because aside from that YouTube video playlist, I also have articles on my website, Grimorium. Verum. Yeah, I remember. I also had a couple of them that I haven't. There's only one that I haven't done a video on. So yeah. In any case, let's continue. Under the two Satanachia or Satanake, there are 45 demons, and according to some others 54, and under the power of which there are 4, 2 of which are chiefs, and the others are of no great consequence. The 4 are Serguti, Heramael, Trimasel, and Sustugriel. These spirits are very necessary and said to be useful for whatever happens, since they act easily and readily, provided they are content with the operator, that is to say, with one who wishes to obtain something from them. Oh, of their power, Serguti has power over women of all ages, provided it's a good occasion. That's a good one. Heramael teaches the art of medicine, gives knowledge of all diseases with their entire radical cures, and makes known all types of plants, the places where they are found, and when they must be collected. Also, their true compositions for effecting a perfect cure. Trimasel teaches chemistry and sleight of hand, and gives the secret to making a true powder of projection that has the power to change imperfect metals like lead, iron, or tin into true gold or silver, King Midas style. The true sun or moon according to his oaths. However, he must be content with the operator and vice versa. Sustugriel teaches the magical art and gives familiar spirits for all that is desired, and can provide mandrakes. Under the two Agaliraps and Tahirimal, Elelogap has power over water, and his character is thus. Under the two Nebirots are 2 others, Hayel and Sergulat. Hayel teaches writing of all sorts of letters, and in an instant can enable one to speak any language. He also explains the most hidden things. Sergulat furnishes all sorts of speculations and teaches the art of war and means of smashing enemies. Their characters are as follows. There are others who depend of Hayel and Sergulat, who have much power and are 8 in number. Proculo, Haristum, Brulefer, Pentagnoni, Aglasis, Sidragosum, Minosons, and Bucon. Here are the characters, and it just goes on. Proculo causes one to sleep for 24 hours and gives knowledge of the spheres of sleep. Okay, so if you're I'm not poking fun, but if you're someone that's severely sleep deprived, Proculo. Haristum gives one the power to pass among flames without burning. Okay, wow, nice. Brulefer makes you loved by women. Pentagnoni has the power to render you invisible, and he makes you beloved by the great lords. Aglasis transports you through the whole world. Sidragosum, not even a visa needed with Aglasis. Sidragosum can make a young woman dance entirely nude. Yes, Sidragosum. Minoson can make one win at any game of chance. Bucon has the power to cause hatred and jealousy between one and the opposite sex. We have said enough regarding the spirits. In the next section, we will speak about the conjurations and the way to compel them to come. It's necessary to observe everything exactly and to forget nothing about their characters and the specified times. So yeah. Spinosaurus says, how is your website called? Okay, now hold on for a second. I'll give you the link. I'll do you one better. I'll give you the link to my website, Spinosaurus. Interesting name, by the way, dinosaur. Jason Dunn says, what do you think of that saying, first get the money, then the power, followed by respect? I'm neutral towards it. I haven't really thought about it. First get the money, then get the power, followed by respect. They're both tied, to be honest, in some way, shape, or form. Homer Simpson says, how much time approximately would it take to master this ability? I wish I can manifest foods. It all depends. I have no idea. It could, depends on your circumstances and how adept you are. Generally speaking, it could take what? Generally speaking, it could take, I don't know, a year or something. Just an example. So yeah, in any case, yeah. I'm sorry, I was distracted briefly by someone. I think someone from a local water company is in front of my house, or at least passing by my house to read the water meter. I think he's leaving again, so he managed to do it okay. He managed to get access to my water meter okay. Yeah, in any case, yeah, relating to the Grimorium Verum, there you go. Okay, those are pretty much the spirits from the Grimorium Verum. The ones that I have worked with and the ones that I'm knowledgeable on are Lucifer, Clownet, Astaroth, Beelzebub, Skirlin, Sirshad, and Chaunta. Those are pretty much all the spirits that, as far as I can remember, and as far as my information on my YouTube channel as well as my website shows, those are all the spirits that I've worked with. Interesting to note, interesting facts about the GV, the Grimorium Verum, or better said, the spirits from it, with the exception of the quote-unquote rulers, the subservient ones, oh crap, the subservient ones are small or appear that way in stature. So Clownek, as I remember it, Chaunta, Skirlin, even Sirshad, all the spirits that I've summoned, with the exception of the big boys. So we're talking about Lucifer, Beelzebub, and Astaroth. They appear as tiny guys, no taller than a ruler. We're talking about no taller than 30 centimeters or something similar. Clownek, as I can recall, Clownek appears as a transparent being, kind of like the realistic version of Casper. He's also a friendly ghost. Skirlin appears as also a small creature, kind of like a small troll with a troll's head, and a large troll's head with large protruding teeth. Chaunta appears as a troll too, but Chaunta is more is purple in appearance. Sirshad, I can't remember Sirshad, but he also appears. He also appears in the same way, or in the same. He also takes on a similar appearance, and I can't recall if it's Sirshad, but in any case, I think Sirshad was the one that had a tail, or if not, then Sirshad is just the one engulfed by flames. But in any case, they all appear like troll-like beings, with the exception of Clownek, but that's because Clownek is mercurial. All the other things play a role. Chaunta and Skirlin are Venusian. They correspond to Taurus. And Clownek, Chaunta, and Skirlin specialize in money. With Sirshad, I'd have to watch my own video. I don't have an article on Sirshad, so I need to check briefly. Sirshad also specializes in money. Give me a second. Let me see. No. Sirshad does not. Sirshad does not specialize in money. I have my notes here on Sirshad. Specialty is clairvoyance in general. For the rest, general Capricornian matters. He corresponds to Saturn, e.g., ambition, willpower, leadership, ability, discipline. Not adept at dealing with animals, like the Grimorium Verum says, is neutral regarding this and will be difficult in doing so. Working with him does bring some risk. Okay. So yeah, that's it for Sirshad. And also something that I need to point out to you guys, okay? If you're gonna work from a grimoire, I can't state this enough. You need to take everything with a grain of salt. Just because it says in a grimoire that a spirit is adept at something does not mean that he actually is adept at something. Keep that in mind. Ali Al-Hakim says, hello. I'm sorry, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Ali Al-Hakim, yeah. I already know I want to see King Paimon, but a little bit afraid. So be a way other than invocation or evocation. A musician, he's king of music. Yeah, I can tell based on your picture, since you're with an acoustic guitar in your picture. He's the king of music. I love to see him, though I am not after music. I want knowledge. Okay, listen. I don't want to step on your toes, but are you even a proficient magician? Do you have any basic experience, at least in terms of clairvoyance or any skills, anything like that? Because where did you get the whole king of music and whatnot from? You're telling me that you just read the Goetia and that's it? So yeah, regarding the Grimorium Verum, that's pretty much it. With the other guys, Lucifer is my favorite one. I already have an entire article on Lucifer. Appears as a huge naked blonde man that's very buff, very muscular, very tall. We're talking about a 180 or something, a meter 80 or something similar. Astaroth simply appears as a hideous clown-looking creature, kind of like a jester, a troll in a jester's costume riding a horse. It's often a pale horse or a horse that's dark or seems like a horse of death. And Beelzebub appears as a giant bee, or as it's a reference to the Lord of the Flies thing, or as a just a generic scaly demon with surrounded by black flames or regular flames. But he's not the only one to take that kind of appearance. Ali Alakim says no, but I did a lot of research and I meditate a lot to open third eye. Still struggled with sleep paralysis. Too afraid to pass that level. If you're afraid to pass that level, even then, I definitely don't recommend trying to contact any spirit for that matter. So yeah, that's it on the Grimorium Verum. The thing is that the Grimorium Verum is potent. Okay, it does have spirits that are potent, but the information in the Grimorium Verum, like so many other grimoires, is incorrect, at least partially, or it is only to be. It only applies to. It only what's written in it only applies to the way. Only applies to the Grimorium Verum. Only applies within the confines of the Grimorium Verum. So only within the magical system outlined in the Grimorium Verum. So that's also something to keep in mind, food for thought. This applies to grimoires in general. So this is anything but a surprise to me. For the rest, yeah, the Grimorium Verum seems very malevolent or very scary and intimidating, especially with the thumbnail and everything. So yeah, you can imagine. But nevertheless, it still has some good spirits, okay? Skirlin, Chonta, these are all spirits that can help you with money if it is money that you're after. Um, Let me look up my notes again. Um, yeah, I remember now. Hold on for a second. Let me just go over my Chonta thing. Yeah, Chanta is a demon mentioned in the Grimorium Verum and is said to specialize in wealth. He has the name Elantiel too, but perverse Chanta, he told me just for the record since I saw this online. He is not Clonek, okay? Some idiot online or someone has stated that Clonek and Chanta are one and the same. Other than that, nothing on him out there in terms of information. He shows similarities of Clonek, Chonta is Venusian with Taurus as a zodiac sign, 22 degrees, discreet, and is neutral in working. There is nothing else to be said since working with him will yield money in whatever way possible, whether it be via business or otherwise. He has no visible drawbacks, but this, of course, depends on the scenario and the individual circumstances and whatnot, etc., etc. So yeah, that's it on Chonta. Skirlin can also help a lot. Skirlin can also help a lot. Skirlin is the same thing. Skirlin. Hold on for a second. Let me see. You'll have to excuse me if I misspeak or if I misspoke. I'm sorry, because I don't remember everything. That's why I have everything documented just by memory. Skirlin isn't Venusian. Skirlin is Jupiterian, corresponds to 25 degrees in Sagittarius. He excels at wealth, material prosperity, and long distance communication. Yeah, that's what, generally speaking, no drawbacks in working with him, as is not the case with demons in general. Yeah, no real drawbacks. So yeah, that's also the case with Skirlin. Okay, that's how Skirlin can help you out. So now, again, my apologies. Skirlin is not Venusian. Skirlin is Sagittarian, so Jupiterian, corresponds to Sagittarius. Chonta is Venusian. Clonek is Mercurial, corresponds to Virgo. Chonta to Taurus, and whatnot. Ali Alakim says, do you have any advice for me to move forward? Do you have any advice for me to move forward? No, not really. If you want me to help you out or guide you, it'll cost you. Let me know if that is something that you can do, or if you can afford me or similar. Yeah. So in any case, those are some of the demons mentioned in the Grimorium Verum. Another spirit that I also remember from the Grimorium Verum that I summoned is Sidragosum. Sidragosum. I remember this was way back. Yeah, Sidragosum is here. Okay. Sidragosum is Aquarian in nature, 28 degrees in Aquarius, and is Saturnian. Drawback is the relaxed power in general. Sidragosum appears as also as short as the others, pretty much no taller than what, 30 centimeters, 40 centimeters. But he appears like some kind of ET creature, almost like the Predator from the franchise, The Predator, but still a bit different. Not no dreadlocks or anything, and he has ridiculously long nails, so claws. One claw has to be at least 10 centimeters or 20 centimeters. Very long, or yeah, very long. And yeah, Sidragusum, what he lacks in power, he makes up for eagerness in terms of wanting to work. Back then, I didn't get any results, but that wasn't due to him. In any case, Sidragusum does indeed specialize in sex, but more via or bringing. It's in the Grimorium Verum. It said that he can make women dance naked in front of you, as I recall it. Yeah, Sidragusum can make a young woman dance entirely nude, and he'll do so, generally speaking, via social events and by any way possible, just meeting one's expectations. That's what he's about. Okay, Ali Alakim says thanks, sure, no problem. Um, so yeah, those are things that you need to keep in mind. As you can see, the Grimorium Verum has pretty much has it all. You have love and sex related affairs, you have money, you have spirits that cover gambling, spirits that cover sleeping, clairvoyance, you name it. And all of these spirits are infernal. Not one of them are celestial. Um, Others are said to produce earthquakes. It just goes on, okay? But of course, the devil lies in the details. And from a general perspective, the question is whether these spirits have that kind of power. And to be honest, I doubt it. Okay. But yeah, I have covered more than my fair share of spirits from the Grimorium Verum. Hence, me also having a playlist to it on my website, a playlist to it on my YouTube channel. So yeah, especially Clonek, since I have vast experience in working with Clonek. That's why Clonek has two videos, working with Clonek and the detailed analysis with Clonek. And yeah, Lucifer is definitely also my favorite one. Lucifer is all the way up top, and there's a reason why Lucifer is up top. Lucifer can help you with anything, and he's definitely, compared to the others, he is definitely the most powerful one and the most potent one. But that's obvious. Okay, that's a given. Aside from that, Lucifer is also very appealing since he's solar. So yeah, it all depends on what you want, but Lucifer can definitely help you out with pretty much anything that you can think of. So, does anyone have thoughts or any questions on either the Grimorium Verum or anything else? Any general question out there? So yeah, relating to the Grimorium Verum, the only things that would be appealing, to be honest, to a magician would be the would simply be the pages in which these spirits are given, so that you can focus on them, and you can either gain experience by working with them, or start researching them first. Look before you leap, of course. I For the rest, the Grimorium Verum contains largely just thingy, contains instructions, traditionally speaking, for contains instructions for how to create a magic circle to protect yourself from the wrath of these spirits. Just the traditional things that you'll encounter in grimoires. This is something that might interest people too. It's also the first time that I'm laying my the first time that I'm laying eyes on it. Hold on for a second. Around page 61 of the Grimorium Verum is a section, part 4, the Great Kabbalah of the Green Butterfly. Around the year of the world 3087, Sisak, king of Egypt, received from a friend, a famous necromancer, a box made from a single diamond, which held a secret on which his happiness depended. He gave him the key, but with orders to open it only after a year. Sisak obliged to go combat his enemies, departed after giving his precious box to his wife, carrying with himself the key, which was lost. She tried every means to open the box without breaking it, but in vain. But since the box was of great value by itself, she then made a present of it to the Emperor of China, and it remained in his family unopened until nearly a century ago. At that time, it was stolen by a Jew in the service of the court, and it was brought to Europe. Fearful of being caught with a box, he broke it open, and thereby the following Kabbalah was recovered. In the month of May, June, or July, towards noon, travel to the forest closest to your house and say the oration of the salamanders. Then seek out the largest tree in the forest, climb up onto one of the largest branches, and striking 30 times on a copper pan, you will see coming towards you a flight of butterflies with green wings. Catch the largest one if you can and put it in a virgin snuff box. Return home, light a beautiful fire of alder wood, pouring 3 liters of brandy on it, little by little, having care to watch the flames as the liquor is spent. When the fire has died, place the box in the ash for 38 hours, and when you take it out, carry it to the parish and try to put the box under the largest candelabra of the altar. On the next day, go to hear Mass and make general confession. On the feast day of your patron saint, around midnight, lock your room, having made the grand appellation, which you will find in the true book, the Red Dragon. Astaroth will appear to you under the form order. He will ask you for your orders, and he will carry out without reply anything that you demand from him. He discloses all hidden treasures up to you to 10 leagues distant. He introduces you to the person you will marry. He reveals the age when you will marry. He leads to your room any person that you wish. He reveals the more hidden secrets of nature. He brings you a sum sufficient for living the rest of your days. He indicates the remedies that will be effective in all diseases. He removes from your fields and house hurricanes and harmful animals and anything that might harm your interests. He can declare who are your enemies and who are your friends. He can transport you to any place that appeals to you. He can reveal the numbers that will be drawn a month before the lottery. He gives the power to render you invisible. He can render judges favorable to you so that no one can speak badly about you. He can make you win at all sorts of games and renders you lucky in all. The appearance of the green butterfly, the manner of seizing the green butterfly. You obtain a net as one usually takes to collect butterflies. The hoop of the net must be at least 9 inches in diameter, and the depth should be about 15 inches. The handle should be between 9 and 10 feet long. Place around the hoop and inside some flowers on the calyx of which the butterflies can come to rest. Some flowers, sorry. This means of attraction them continuously will soon provide occasion to catch one of the green butterflies. Okay, yeah. Spinosaurus says if someone wants to get into a relationship with a spirit, can they keep their physical relationship or is it considered cheating? No, you can keep your physical relationship, but it's not black and white. What's important is that that it's okay with you, of course. You shouldn't suspect yourself of cheating. Multi-digital coder says JD Temple on Facebook could tell you that as well. He has experience with that. Homer Simpson says does Belphegor teach you how to manifest things, or does he bestow the power to manifest things? No, he teaches you pretty much both. Okay, he teaches you pretty much both. He can bestow the ability upon you, and he can also teach you. Okay, so does anyone have opinions on the green butterfly section? It's only now that It's only now that I'm coming across this bit, and it's only now that I am coming across this bit, and I'm being told that it is correct. Okay, the whole green butterfly ritual within the context of the Grimorium Verum. Okay, any related passages included. Check. So yeah, I'm just checking something out. I'm checking to see whether that is really the case. Yeah, seems legit. Yeah, seems legit. The whole green butterfly ritual. Occult experiences. Are you going to perform the green butterfly ritual anytime soon? That's a good one. Welcome, occult experience, and no new projects. Remember. I'm done. So yeah, in any case, thanks for joining us, Occult Experience. I'm assuming the others like David B and Code 919 are preoccupied since today's Wednesday. It's a business day. In my location, it is 9:49 a.m. So yeah. In any case, I just wanted to read it because it's very interesting. I find that part fascinating. The great cabal of the green butterfly. It's very nice, to be honest. Very, very nice. Not just in terms of results, just the ritual as a whole. It sparks my interest. Yeah. Let me see. You've got general spells too. These are also semi-potent or partially potent. The profit of gambling, for protection against firearms, for revealing thieves, to stop a character card, to make hail stop, to make peace between people that are fighting. In order to prevent a dog from barking, to make a woman love you, to make a husband faithful, to remain unharmed in a duel, to extinguish a fire. Some of these are impractical, to be honest. For the discovery of a treasure, and it just goes on. Okay. You also have one here: the magical secret for speaking. The magical secret for speaking with the dead. So again, I want to remind people: anyone that wants to ask questions, anyone that wants to ask any question whatsoever, you're more than welcome. Anyone that wants to ask any question whatsoever, you're more than welcome to do so. In relation to either for speaking with the dead. For this operation, you must attend the mass of the Navy, or You must attend the Mass of the Nativity at precisely midnight for having conversation with inhabitants of the other world, and at the moment that the priest raises the host, bow down 3 times and say openly with a harsh voice, Ad me venite mortui. As soon as these 4 words have been pronounced, you must go to the cemetery and at the first tomb that meets your eyes offer this prayer. Infernal powers, you who scatter the turbid throughout the entire universe, abandon your abode of darkness and leave your prison beyond the river Styx. Afterwards, observe a moment of silence. If it is in your power to control the one who interests me, I conjure you in the name of the King of Kings to make him appear to me in the hour and moment that I will indicate to you. After this ceremony, which is indispensable to perform, take a fistful of earth and scatter it as you would scatter grain in a field, saying in a low voice, He who is in dust awakens from his tomb and rises from his ashes and answers the questions that I will make of him. In the name of the Father of all, then bend your knee to the earth, turning your eyes eastwards, and then you will see that the doors of the sun will be open. Arm yourself with 2 bones of a dead person that you will put in a cross. Then immediately throw them onto the first temple or church that meets your eyes. Having correctly completed the aforesaid, make your way west, and when you have taken 5,900 steps, lie down. Holy crap. Stretching out on the earth, holding the palms of your hands against your thighs, your eyes to the sky facing the moon. In this position, call the one you wish to see, taking care not to become frightened when the phantom appears to you. You can hasten its presence with the following words: Ego sum qui te peto et fidere quero. After pronouncing these words, your eyes will be satisfied with the sight of the object that was most beloved to you and provide the greatest delight of all. When you have obtained from the shade that you invoked whatever you believe is most opportune to your satisfaction, dismiss it in the following way: Return to the realm of the elect. I am satisfied you in your presence. Then rise up, return to the same tomb where you made the first prayer, and over it make a cross with the point of your knife, which must be held in your left hand. I mean, holy crap, that's a lot of work. Talk about a lot of work. This is just another of many examples of why I am not fond of traditional grimoire magic. It is so much fucking work, aside from all the exotic items that you need to get and remaining unseen. To say that it's impractical to the modern individual, or just impractical in general, is an understatement. All this just to talk to a dead person. All this just to indulge in necromancy. No, thank you, I'll pass. No. No, 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 no. Oh, yeah, let me continue. Oh, the mystery of a black hand for making a demon obedient. I do like the cover image here from Le Poil Noir. Yeah, you've got a medieval image here of from Le Poil Noir. It's also another grimoire from 1820, in which a demon which appears in the shape of just that, a demon, with cloven hoofs and everything. The way pop media portrays it gives something to a person that has carried out the operation. Yeah, so I'm gonna read it just to indulge people. Take a black hen that has not yet laid any eggs and has not been approached by any rooster and procure it in such a way as to not make it crow. This is to be done at 11 in the evening. When it sleeps, seize it by the neck and clench it so that it cannot make a noise. Afterwards, carry it to a crossroads and at precisely midnight make a circle with a wand of cypress. Stand in the middle and cut the body of the hen in half, pronouncing these words 3 times. Sit volo divido et impero. Then turn, face east, kneel down, and recite the prayer with which you invoke the devil to appear. At that moment, Lucifer or one of his ministers will appear to you, dressed in scarlet attire with stripes, yellow frock, green pants, and his head resembling a dog, the ears of an ass, with 2 horns and legs and feet like those of a heifer. He will ask you your commands. Tell him whatever seems best, for he will be unable to refuse you, he can consequently render you the happiest and richest of all people. Before following any of the instructions above of all persons, You must be certain you are in the grace of God and that you have nothing reproachful on your conscience, because doing otherwise you could be forced to obey the Spirit's commands rather than he obey yours. The image is cool, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, the cover image is very nice, it's very cool. So yeah, I'm seeing that not a lot of people have questions. No one is really asking any questions specifically relating to the Grimorium Verum. So I'm assuming that no one has questions relating any of the things that any of the topics that I've discussed or recited. No thoughts whatsoever. Occult experience says, did you experience any drawback when you work with Lucifer? Other than the toll it took on me, I felt a bit more hateful. Not really, no. A wonderful secret for foretelling the future. In the first quarter, moon pick linseed. In the second quarter, pull up from the earth parsley roots. And in the full moon, collect violets. Ever fasting and touch the plant first with the magic wand. Then put the seeds on the roof tile of the house and cover them with another. And likewise the roots and the violets, employing in all 6 tiles which are new. And a cat should never have walked on that roof, nor sparrows made nests thereon. Each day for 14 days recite one of the 7 joys and end each with one of the 7 pains of Mary, the most holy Virgin. On the 15th day, fast until sunset, and when the sun has disappeared, make a circle in an enclosed place where no one is present, but a person, man, or woman for whom you wish to foretell the future, and with an ember of jasmine wood, set fire to the linseed, parsley roots, and violets, and with the magic wand in hand and facing the direction where the sun will rise the following day, you will receive that smoke. Then invoke the 10 Sibyls, naming each one Sambesa, Limbusa, Artemis, Cumana, Eritrean, Fito, Amalthea, Elis, Pontiaca, Phrygia, Tiburtina. At that point, the prophetic inspiration will descend from the brain to the lips that they will foretell the future. Okay, well. Spinosaurus says, is it true that I should practice necromancy when I become advanced in magic? Since I heard that it is dangerous, I have no idea where you hear things from. Where you hear things from, but don't believe what you hear. Necromancy is pretty much, as far as I know, compared to all the others, the easiest way to practice magic, or the easiest magical system, because the dead, compared to other spirits, are the weakest, if you will. You've got if I were to list a hierarchy, I'd say it would be necromancy, witchcraft, Wicca, other forms of magic where energy is involved, where you simply build up your own energy and then manifest your will by releasing said energy into the ether. In order for your will to manifest, after that you've got, and after that comes what I do, Western ceremonial magic, as the strongest. Okay, but that goes without saying, working with any non-human entity is more advanced and heavier than working with the dead. I also know that based on my experience when I still practice necromancy. But it's not all about power, okay? Necromancy is suited for anyone that has an interest in the dead specifically, and anyone that wants to practice an as easy form of magic as possible. And you can still obtain tremendously practical results. It's not all about power, it's about proper application. Um, so yeah, does anyone have any questions? Any questions? I see 8 people watching this stream. No one has any questions. Occult experiences. Dr. Faustus famously sold his soul to Lucifer. Was that based on a true story? No, not Lucifer. You're talking about Mephisto. Mephisto is the spirit, and he was an agent of Satan. He is an agent of Satan. That's the story of Faust, the German philosopher or the German figure that sold his soul. I can't recall if that was based on a true story. I think so, but I'm not sure. Does Lucifer accept soul selling contracts the same way as Satan? Okay, so you're confusing the two. It was Satan, not it was Mephisto. Mephisto or Mephistopheles is an agent of Satan. I have an article on Mephisto. Let me look that article up for you. Mephisto. Mephistopheles, yeah. Mephistopheles, up today. This is the link to the article on Mephisto. Sorry, I got the two confused. Okay. Demons in general, okay. Infernal spirits accept soul selling contracts, but there's no such thing as soul selling. By soul selling, you simply mean that you allow yourself to serve that spirit in the afterlife when you die. So long story short, he gives you what you want when you're alive, and when you die, you'll have to serve him. It's like taking out a loan at a loan shark, for example. He gives you what? He gives you wealth for the rest of your life when you're alive, but when you die, you'll have to serve him as his slave for maybe 200-300 years, centuries, even, you name it. In the afterlife, it's a bad deal. However, whichever way you want to look at it. So I also highly do not recommend it. I highly advise against it. But yeah, I mean, spirits in general. I remember when I had a customer once that asked me about soul selling, and I had a customer that asked me about soul selling, and he still wanted to go through with it. He never followed up on it, but he still wanted to go through with it despite my warnings and whatnot. And I was like, okay, fine, your choice. I'm not here to persuade you. I'm just letting you know what you're getting yourself into. And the spirit that offered, because obviously angels and holy celestial spirits don't do stuff like that. It's grossly immoral. But a spirit that offered to do so, to accept such a deal, was Asiel. And for those of you that don't know what Asiel is, he is also one of the spirits mentioned in the Grimoire by Johannes Faustus, or Faust. Asiel is known as the God Burner, or the Black Son of God, and is said to appear as a lion, blah, 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 blah. But I've dealt enough with Asiel to the point where he shows me his true form, just an angel dressed in beautifully red robe, and he holds the lion basically as the same way a lion tamer would hold a lion. But in the beginning, he appeared as just a lion. So yeah, that is the article that I have on RCL with the embedded video for those of you that aren't familiar with RCL. And relating to the Grimorium Verum, but the rest it just continues, okay? It gives you an overview on all the spirits and their seals. Yeah, it's divided into several books. I'm at book 3 right now, and you have the spirits, their seals, and you have several spirits that I haven't read before, and it just goes on. Okay, further instructions on how to work, the citation, notes and characters, and it just goes on. Okay, and then it ends pretty much. Yeah, so I'm pretty much done with the Grimorium Verum. I've just gone through it because the French section starts now, and it just goes on. Okay. Yeah, this is the French text. Okay, yeah. This is the French text, yeah. The English section stops at 108, page 108. So yeah, that is it on the Grimorium Verum. Does anyone have any questions in relation to the Grimorium Verum? I've been streaming for an hour and 4 minutes now. going on 5 minutes. I've got 7 people watching, 1 upvote on this live stream. I have to say I'm really liking this using YouTube as a using the webcam directly instead of Google Hangouts. It's more practical and more efficient compared to Google Hangouts. So yeah, the good thing that I came across was the green butterfly ritual. That really piqued my interest because I was being told by my patron, my beloved Lord Samael, is that it is potent and it is correct the way it is written there, taken all the other things of the Grimorium Verum into account instruction-wise. And I need to confirm for myself via divinatory readings, but it seems legit. I'm not saying that I'm going to do it. I might post it on. I might post it on. I might post it on my website. Spinosaurus is asking me if I get into a relationship with a spirit, will that spirit manifest in the physical more? No, primarily astral. It's unlikely. To do so physically takes up a lot more energy. I'm not gonna judge you, okay? I personally don't see the relevance in being with the spirit relationship wise, but yeah, then again, you know, to each his own. I'm not familiar with your situation, so yeah. So yeah, choice of course is yours. Again, I'm pretty much done with the Grimorium Verum. So if anyone has any questions whatsoever, please ask them now, because if the stream stays quiet for too long, then there's no point in me staying online. There's no point in me being online and whatnot. So yeah, or in me continuing the live stream, if you know what I mean. But yeah, I'm done pretty much with the Grimorium Verum. This is where it ends for me. So yeah, occult experience says, has anyone tried the green butterfly ritual successfully? Sounds like it would. Sounds like it would give that person godlike power. No, not really. It's simply a ritual that makes Astaroth appear, if provided if done correctly and so on, and if it's legit, which it is, it should be by all means, since my Lord Samuel says so. And my own research also points that out, but I need to take a closer gander or a closer look to things. And it's simply that it simply makes Astaroth appear in said form, and Astaroth will grant you all of these things. Astaroth will grant you these things. Astaroth will literally grant you all the things that you desire, pretty much, or better said, all the things that are mentioned therein. So it doesn't matter, love, sex, money, blah, 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 blah. But to say that it's godlike power, no. I mean, God is omnipotent, so almighty, so it's not almighty. Even it has its limits. Ali Alakim says, sorry I asked about, but if you're going to meet Paimon one day, tell him that I love him. There's a music video called Paimon, Eloquent Silence, where I hear his voice. I feel so powerful and wish to have a conversation with him, even if it was in a dream. Thanks. Not going to do that. Sim Review says, hello, Moreno. Last night, I did once again another invocation of Belial. Sim Review says, this time I felt a very strong pressure energy around me, and inside my spine was something moving up, was very tingly. Yeah, that's called Kundalini. Or a version thereof, or it was Kundalini, but it was Belial's energy going through your Kundalini. He tells me. Sim Review says, "What can this be, Mr. Moreno? Is this a so-called Kundalini, and why would Belial access it? It was very funny, though. It's normal. It's just a general clairvoyant manifestation. It's when energy manifests through you. It was very fun, though. I felt him say, sit still, friend, let me work on you. Yeah, you need a lot of work, he says, a significant amount of work in order to have all of your chakras and all of your stuff open in order to be able to work with them optimally. Some review says, I don't know if it's my imagination, but it was very real in the ritual. No, it was not your imagination. So yeah, there you go. Bilal is standing right next to me. He's telling me, tell them I'm standing right next to you. So yeah, go ahead. Anyone have any other questions? Some refuses. Ha 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 ha. Ha. Okay. Mul what? Multidigital coder says, I suppose I wish to win the lottery. What demon would you most likely recommend? No, 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 no. It's highly unlikely that you're going to be successful in winning the lottery with any demon, so no, I advise against it. I tried it in the past because I know that it was still a stretch. It was very far fetched, but it seemed like an interesting project to me, and I got close, but still not close enough. So no, it did not work out favorably. So no. I'm assuming you haven't read it yet. Lottery. I strongly advise against using the occult for gambling purposes or anything similar. So yeah, this is the article, multi-digital coder, or however you pronounce your name. And I also have another article called Don't Play the Lottery or Gamble. You can read that one too. It's here. So there you go, there you go, there you go, and there you go. So yeah, I advise to be realistic, okay? Being realistic, you need to be realistic, okay? Just calculate it. The chances of winning the lottery. I tried the easiest lottery, okay, in my shithole country, in the shithole country I live in. And even then, the odds were what, 17, 170,000, 1 to 170,000 something. Odds of winning, even with the spirit's help, are astronomically low. Now you're saying you're thinking about seeing into the future. That equal requires a lot of hard work. Seeing into the future, you'd have to work with a spirit that specializes in something like that. Lilith, for example, she says she does that stuff too, aside from clairvoyance and whatnot. Uh, um, but it would take a lot of time and a lot of hard work. Okay, we're talking about years, or at the very least a year. And don't expect to turn into Nostradamus, okay? It'll start off slow, and after that, you'll build up gradually to the point where you'll be able to see years ahead in relation to either mainstream events or personal events in relation to your life. Sim Review says, I appreciate your work, Brother Moreno, and I laughed a bit because Bilal was standing next to you. My experience last night was so amazing, and I am very grateful. He says, good to see that you're content. He's more than welcome to work with anyone, but most people know that too. So yeah. Hmm. So yeah. Any other questions? 10:15. Okay. Multidigital coder says thank you also for all your answers. Yeah, sure, no problem. Um, to uh, to the people that are interested in Paimon, and including Ali Alakim, or sorry, whatever your name is. Um, this article I have on Paimon, you might want to give that a read and watch the video on Paimon. This is the article on Paimon. So yeah, knock yourself out. The video on Paimon is very popular. Became Video on Paimon became. I only did that video last year, in the end of last year or close to the end, and in less than a year, the video was already turned into one of the most popular videos I have. In any case, if you read the article and watch the video, you'll become more wise on what Paimon has to offer realistically, rather than just assuming that he'll be able to help you as a musician. He says he can help you as a musician, but only to a limited extent or degree. Occult experiences. Thank you for the great information, Morino. We're most grateful. Yeah, sure, no problem. Anytime. Oh. Does anyone have any questions? Other questions? Any other questions? Any other questions? Thank you. Which source would you recommend if I wish to work towards awakening to the tree of life and Clifforic tree at once? What do you mean specifically by awakening? Regarding to the tree of life and tree of death, you can climb those, but awakening in what way? Awakening in what sense? Awakening my consciousness. Listen, I'm assuming that by awakening your consciousness, you're referring to awakening your third eye. You can't; those two don't go together. Awakening your third eye or awakening your clairvoyant abilities, like clairaudience and clairvoyance, via the tree of life or tree of death. Yeah, those are two separate things altogether. If you want to awaken your third eye and awaken your kundalini, I have. Hold on. I have an article on that with a video embedded too, in which I explain everything. Hold on. This is the link to it, and there you go. So yeah, just go through it and watch the video, and you'll see for yourself what you need to do. Alternatively, for people, since I'm seeing a couple of new people, for people that are not for people that have an interest in becoming full-blown magician, a full-blown magician like me, or a full-blown astrologer, I offer e-courses, which can be found in this article. Hold on for a second, let me share it. E-courses can be found in this article. And yeah, those courses will help you. Okay, if in the occult course, I simply walk you through the entire process of becoming a magician. So yeah, the only thing that you have to do, relatively speaking, the only thing that you have to do is literally just follow my instructions. I give step-by-step instructions, video-wise, and I show you by holding a live demonstration. For example, I astral travel on camera, and so on, you name it. Everything. I explain everything step by step, all the way up to a ritual with an altar and everything, what you need to keep in mind, what you need to offer, blah, 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 blah. And the e-astrology course is the same thing. I explain everything and I show you by recording my screen with the software application. Software is included in the course. What to do and how to do it, you name it. Just go around, okay? Cult experiences when more people worship a pagan god, it becomes more powerful. Does the same apply to celestial and infernal spirits? Yes. Okay, but it's about gaining experience for them, not so much about worship. But it applies to all spirits. That's why all spirits are willing to work with people, because they get to grow and increase their level of power, which is what they all desire, pretty much. Multi-digital coder says super thanks, very handy. I also meant for path working to master all the spheres of both trees. Cool about the e-courses. Yeah, you need to, path working is relatively easy. You need to astral travel. You need to learn how to astral travel first, and then you can climb the tree of life and the tree of death to your heart's content. But be advised that the tree of death is not for beginners, because the tree of death, if you dare to climb the tree of death as a beginner, then you're going to find yourself knocked out or depressed but it will take a tremendous toll on you in the sense that you'll feel crippled and whatnot. Here, an article on back when I climbed both trees extensively. Yeah, so you can read that article too. In it, I describe what all the parts of the tree of life and death look like. The ones that I've climbed, so all the Saphira and all the cliff art, what they look like with the rulers, interactions, and whatnot. This was back in the day when I astral traveled heavily. For me, as someone that invokes, astral traveling is easy. I can just close my eyes and go like, okay, I'll astral travel in 5, 6, 4, 3, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and boom. I simply step outside my physical body. So yeah, it's easy to do so, relatively speaking. So yeah, that is it. Does anyone have any questions again? Okay, you're welcome. Again, I have to say that I really like. I really like. I honestly, I don't know why I didn't do. I didn't use this before. Just using the YouTube, just using my webcam via YouTube is so much better than Google Hangouts. With Google Hangouts, even I mean, the screen recording myself was a bit unclear. It was a bit hazy. Whereas now, I'm seeing myself while chatting to you guys. I don't have to go window to window. I know what I look like when chatting to you guys, and quality is superb. Everything, audio, video quality. I don't know why I didn't use this before. Google Hangouts just seemed easier. Oh, occult experience. Ali Alakim is thanking me. Thanks, Morino Show. No problem. Occult experiences. What are you having for lunch? What are you having for lunch? It's the food that I bought yesterday. I bought 2 food packages yesterday. It's the same thing I ate yesterday. I showed you guys. You were online, as I recall. So just rice, vegetables, and chicken. I'm gonna reheat it in my microwave, and then I'm done. Uh, Alternatively, I might buy something later, but I'm not sure. I don't see it necessary. So okay, now. Multi-digital coders has great advice. Great advice. I'll keep it in mind. Um, yes. Another thing that might interest you is the Black Sun exercise. Black Sun exercise also has to do with a variation of the Clifford. Pretty much, it's briefly related to the Clifford, but I'll keep in mind the Black Sun exercise, despite its benefits, is also not for beginners. Okay, so proceed with caution. If you commit to the Black Sun exercise just like that, as a beginner that has no experience, then the same thing is going to happen. You'll end up depressed or suicidal or similar in the worst case scenario. But yeah, it is an interesting exercise and it's easy to do, relatively speaking. It's pretty much almost, it requires little to no experience whatsoever, magically speaking. But nevertheless, you still shouldn't be a beginner. You should be familiar with basic things at least. You should be you should have a basic level of clairvoyance before you undertake the Black Sun exercise. It has a couple of benefits, such as bringing in more money, making you mentally stronger, and improving general clairvoyance, as far as I recall. Yeah, as far as I recall, yeah. Hmm. We're approaching the hour and a half mark, 1 hour and 24 minutes streaming. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Any other questions, guys? You're welcome, multi-digital coder. For people that are not familiar with my website, Pay close attention if you do visit my website to the sidebar. There you'll find a bunch of interesting things, okay? Because I have spirits based on planetary alignment, so you can simply look for spirits. It's like Googling. You can simply look up spirits on my website, either using the search bar. I have a search bar in which you can type stuff and relevant results will appear, of course. I have spirits based on planetary alignment. So if you want to look up solar spirits, you can simply click on the sun or Jupiter, you name it, for Jupiterian spirits. And I also have spirits based on need or spirits categorized by need. So if you need money, just click on money and you'll be directed to spirits that specialize in wealth, or a page will open in a new tab which will display spirits that specialize in wealth, you name it. For knowledge and wisdom, it's the same thing. So educational matters, you name it. And just general communication, offense and defense, it just goes on. Occult experience says, would one invoke Lucifer for illegal deeds the same way as one would invoke Satan to do something illegal? Keep in mind, okay, when invoking Satan for illegal things, karma will apply. Karma applies heavily. When invoking Lucifer for illegal deeds, he says yes, but it all depends on the matter at hand. But yes, in general, he says. Oh, Satan says thanks for reminding people. Hmm. Thanks for reminding people. He says he deals with karma primarily, but especially when it comes to illegal affairs. Not that I recommend any of it. He says neither does he, despite what people may think. People are under the stupid notion that Satan is evil and whatnot. Multi-digital coders are super handy. I wonder what happens with people who strictly follow the left-hand path of self-empowerment versus following the strictly right-hand path. Do they end up in the same place? Yes, but the left-hand path is a lot more dangerous, okay? I mean, just to give you a general example, generally speaking, demons are good for short-term workings, but they're not good in the long term. Demons will either leave you stranded or you'll just end up with nothing in the end. Things might seem to go well in the short term, but not in the long term. Of course, there are exceptions. It's not black and white, but the left-hand path is more dangerous in the sense that working with infernal spirits is brings a higher risk factor with it, whereas working with celestial beings, these beings are honorable and just, and they won't forsake you, generally speaking, and they won't try to either. They actually care about you and your well-being, provided that you treat them the right way, and they've got your back in the long term. So it doesn't matter for the rest of your life, physically as well as astrally, they'll be there with you. The same way that my patrons are always there with me, and they have never forsaken me, nor will they ever forsake me, unless God wills it. But that's so to speak. Hmm. Like the path, like the path of the dragon. I was thinking, okay, yeah, digital coder says, yeah. But a practical example is back when I relied on Clonex specifically for money. Clonex I appointed in my financial manager, so to just see to the in and outflow of money and so on, specifically the income of money, inflow of money. Things went well for halfway, but after a year's worth of working with Cloneck, I simply got stranded in the sense that I was right back where I started and I was struggling to get by. I could I could only just pay my bills on a monthly basis, and that was it. So that's an example. Generally speaking, demons, generally speaking, do have drawbacks, of course. Working with them brings a certain level of misfortune with it and whatnot. So yeah, definitely not recommended. Again, the whole thing is just overblown. Okay, only stupid snowflakes and people that are not knowledgeable on the occult from a serious perspective will think that the left hand path and demons are cool and whatnot. In reality, it is the other way around. Okay, I don't know. I mean, they're just being fed bullshit by pop media that demons are cool and that you can get what you desire and blah 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 blah. But in reality, it couldn't be further from the truth. Working with demons in general is not really advised. It's not really advised. Working with angels, however, will really yield results like no other. Okay, we're talking about tremendous results. So there's a clear-cut difference in what between mainstream and the occult, but that's obvious. The occult is anti-mainstream. Um, it's the exact opposite. Okay, that's why the knowledge is hidden. You have to actually look for said knowledge because I used to be the same way. As a beginner, I literally was the exact same way. I was the exact same way. I just thought in the beginning I was literally just a big fan of the left hand path, and I thought demons were so sick and shit. I listened to heavy metal. I still listen to heavy metal. I still love heavy metal, but in a different way now. You know, that's the kind of person I was back then. I loved black. I loved to wear black all the time, but my life was absolute shit, and I just lived a life of pain and misery and aimlessness. I was lost, if you will, had no life direction or life purpose. The complete opposite of what I am now, of course. Uh, Clownak is telling me to remind people too of his, and he's also reminding me, of course, of his characteristic drawbacks. That's the way he is, and that people either take it or leave it. He knows that I accept him fully for who he is. I'm not blaming him. Yeah, Clownak, that's simply the way he works. Okay, Clownak, in relation to that story that I told you guys about Clownak just now, the year that I worked with him, he was the first money spirit that I worked with, the first financial spirit or the money spirit or wealth spirit that I had practical experience with. Clownak will simply, Clownak will make you wealthy via work means. So he'll guide you towards a job that pays as much and that meets your general standards as much as possible. But the drawback is that he'll cause you to burn out. He'll cause you to work yourself to the bone to the point where you simply burn out astrally. In my case, I simply made too many mistakes at work because I was like an entire department on my own. I did work that 10 people. I did 10 people's worth of work in one day. But the result was as a drawback that I burned out and I started making small mistakes and I got laid off. I got fired from my job as a result. So yeah, you won't hold close to a job with Clownak. You won't hold a job or any kind of employment long with Clownak. Generally speaking, I think in 1 year I changed employers 4 or 5 times. Yeah. Ali Alakim says, "Hey Murino, what's the difference between a jinn that has one head and a jinn that has 3 heads like King Balaam and Baal? Does that mean that they have more power or ability?" No. Again, that's just a question. I'm not insulting you, but that's a question for a beginner, okay, or someone that knows nothing about the occult. Their physical appearances do not matter, okay. Baal, again, read my articles on who Baal is and whatnot, and Balaam too. I'm in this stream. Not that I mind. I'm seeing a bunch of new people that really don't know anything. I'm not insulting anyone out there, but yeah. Hold on for a second. Baal. This is Baal. And this is Balaam. I also have summoned these guys. I've summoned these guys. Baal was a good while ago, and Balaam was last year, I think, beginning of last year. Occult experiences, when you say demons get inconsistent results or leave you stranded, is that because they are not as experienced as angels? No, that's not it. Okay, karma applies more strongly with demons than with angels. So it's literally tit for tat. It's give and take. I mean, you give me $500, I'll get you better employment, okay, and you'll be making $2,500 a month. But as a result, you will have difficulty getting along well with your employers, despite the fact that your income will be higher. That's an example. It has nothing to do with experience. Okay, it simply has to do with one's character trait. The same way that people have character traits, in the sense of having good as well as positive as well as negative character traits. You know, that guy is helpful, but he talks too much. That girl is very sympathetic, very gentle and tender, but she gossips a lot about you behind your back, so she's untrustworthy to divulge secrets to. That those are examples. Okay, with these people, generally speaking, it's take it or leave it. You can't change them. I would definitely not recommend anyone to try to change anyone. You either accept someone for who they are, the good as well as the bad, or you don't. um, unless that person is open, at the very least, open to change. But in a spirit's case, no. Okay. As in Clonak's case, Clonak told me literally when I talked to him and I told him about, hey, listen, you know, I the instability is really kicking my ass here. The instability aspect of your personality, which shows in the work or in terms of results, is annoying. And he told me, with all due respect, if you're not satisfied, I'm not insulting you. I literally mean this the same way that I'm saying it. And it still applies to him, he says. Of course, it will always apply. Um, he says, again, he told me back then, if you're not satisfied with the way I work, then simply work with someone else. Okay. With me, it's take it or leave it. I'm not going to change who I am, nor do I want to change who I am, the negative aspects of how I work. So if you're not satisfied with the work, then just work with someone else. But that's the way I work. Period. So yeah. So that's it. Generally speaking, angels from the lowest order of angels, just call the order of angels, these spirits or these angels, whether they're celestial or fallen, are the most experienced, but that only applies partially. The other part applies to angels from the order of the celestial order of potestates. For those of you that are familiar with angelic hierarchies, for those of you that aren't familiar with it, there are angels have orders from a highest order up to the lowest order. You have angels also have hierarchies, whether they're fallen angels, so demons, or just regular angels. And the lowest order of angels is called the order of angels. And these angels, partially alongside the order of potestates or the order of powers, they get involved in human affairs the most. No, cult experiences. That made a lot of sense, Murino. Thank you for the explanation. Yeah, makes a lot of sense indeed. So, so yeah, that's it. That's when I stopped working with Clonek and I started working with Sandalphon after careful deliberation. And with Sandalphon, there were no drawbacks. Okay, things were stable. In the beginning, I made my money stable in a stable way. And it was simply things were simply up, up, up from there. There are no real drawbacks. That's why I heavily prefer angels, and any real magician, experienced magician, and knowledgeable magician will tell you that that is also the case. So yeah, that's it. Occult experience is asking me what's the difference between an archangel and a seraphim. Seraphim are the highest order of angels in the sense that they are closest to God from an individualistic perspective. They deal specifically with fire. Their brand is fire. They're emphasized by fire. Whereas an archangel covers multiple aspects, and archangels are more Kabbalistic in the sense that one of them rules over the seven classical planets, and that's why there are seven archangels which attend to God's throne. An archangel just covers multiple arrays of existence, and he rules over multiple aspects. Ali Alakim says Seraphim is a higher rank. No. Okay, it's different. Okay, archangels still enjoy priority over the seraphim, but the seraphim are highest in rank from an individualistic perspective. No seraphim rules over a planet or anything like that, whereas you have Gabriel, Raphael, Samael, Michael, or Michael, and so on, okay, that rule over these planets. And it just goes on, and also for elements depending. And yeah, these archangels also cover, like I said, multiple things. They rule over multiple things. Whereas a seraphim rules over nothing, but the seraphim is still the most powerful, individually speaking. The primary purpose of seraphim angels is to simply attend to God's throne and to protect him and to carry out related affairs. So they do different tasks, yes. I have, for those of you that aren't aware of it, I have access to a seraphim angel. Hold on for a second. Where are you? I have access to a seraphim angel. His name is Zechariah. This is the link. That's why the article is called My Magnum Opus. This guy was the strongest spirit that I've ever summoned in terms of rank and whatnot, so to speak. I still have access to him, of course, but working with these kind of spirits is impractical. I also have access to a cherub, a cherubium angel, and he is also here for me. He tells me whenever he needs me. And this is the article on the cherub. So yes, again, anyone have any questions? An hour and 42 minutes worth of streaming. We're going towards 2 hours. Oops. Okay, I'm doing okay. It's quiet for a brief moment. I'm assuming that no one has any other questions. Gregorium has come online, says hi Moreno, hello. Occult experience, as earlier you said, one of Seraphim's tasks is to protect God. Why would God the Almighty need any protection? That is a very good question, okay? It's just for good measure as far as I'm concerned. Again, God lies outside human comprehension, so we can't possibly comprehend God's thinking or his will or anything like that. That's like an ant trying to understand a human being, or an ant trying to understand a giant. But yeah, from a logical perspective, it's just for, how should I put this, just for show, or just for good measure, you know. It's like someone hiring bodyguards despite the fact that that person is relatively untouchable. And in God's case, he's literally untouchable. Alakim says, Murino, what do you think about EA co-wearing, real or fake? People have asked me this multiple times in the past. EA co-wearing, I have worked with spirits by EA co-wearing that are, spirits that are mentioned in EA co-wearing's books, and his work has merit. EA co-wearing simply sprinkles sensationalism. He sensationalizes his work. He sensationalizes his work and the material that he publishes, I'm assuming in an effort to make as much sales as possible, as many sales as possible, or appeal to appeal to people as much as possible, especially people, you know, neophytes or people that aren't knowledgeable on the occult, and it's all about selling as much as possible. It's a marketing tactic, but his work has merit. Okay, I have several books by E.A. Kuwering, and in the beginning, when I was just starting out, I worked with a couple of spirits by E.A. Kuwering. One of them that I have the most experience with, called Salasash. He is a spirit that falls under a demon that falls under Azazel. I work with him extensively, and he does just fine. He's mercurial and whatnot. There's the article on Salasash, so yeah, you can give it a read and watch the video too. This was a good while ago, okay? You'll see the difference in my videos. This was back when I still lived in a one-bedroom apartment and things were only just up and running. This was like what, 2016 or something, 2017. Multi-digital coder says he seems passionate actually to me. Ali Alakimi said Azazel gave him a sword. I don't know. Okay, I'm not interested in E.A. Kuwering's personal life, nor am I interested in his stories and their credibility. I'm only interested in I was only interested in his published material, how practical, whether I can make use of it, so how practical it is, and yeah, his material is at the very least part of it is credible. The Black Sun exercise, I got that from him. I saw a video in which he said that he read Anthony or Antoine LaVey's book. I forgot, The Power of Yoga by Anton LaVey, and that's where he got it from. There's a small thingy called the Black Sun exercise, an exercise in it, and and so on. This spirit, I got it from the book of Azazel, spirits that fall under Azazel. You name it. I have worked with several spirits by Kuwering, and just does just fine. I don't care what Kuwering does in his personal life or otherwise. What he does is just that. It's his personal life. I could care less. But yeah, people are again, the occult community. I'm assuming that this question comes because the occult community hates Kuwering, and it's very a lot of magicians out there in forums and so on. They love to bash on Kuwering. They love to insult and belittle and berate Kuwering because, according to them, he's just a bullshitter. He's just someone that can't be taken seriously. I have no idea where that malevolent or where that kind of hateful, aggressive demeanor towards him comes from. I have no idea. I have no idea where that comes from. I I just have no idea. I'm not so quick to judge people in that regard or in that aspect. The only thing I care about is whether your work has merit, period. Multi-digital coder says how to acquire the sword should be written in the compendium of Azazel. Yeah, that's okay. I don't care about the sword or anything like that. World experiences. I once summoned one of EA's demons, Mamiyaon, to help finish a book. That book I wrote later broke all my sales records by a wide margin. So yeah, his stuff is good. His stuff is good. Like I said, his stuff is good. I have no idea what the hell people are talking about. If I just, let's see. If I mention, if I look up Kuwering on my website, I have another spirit called Froglatash. I've got Froglatash, Salasash, and the Black Sun exercise. These things are taken from. I also have a video and an article on Azazel. And yeah, like I said, Kuwering's work has merit. I have no idea why people intend to bash on him and whatnot. That's their fucking problem. They can knock themselves out. I think Kuwering utterly ignores them, and I can't blame him because I ignored them too. I don't have time for bullshit like that. I really don't have time. Occult experience says EA Coering said he needed protection on the astral plane. Did you have any similar experience? Not really. But on the astral plane, no, not really. Once you become proficient, you can destroy any being that comes your way. It's almost like doing this, whoop, and that being automatically disappears. He also said many people cursed him. Yeah. Again, if possible, let's change the topic from coering, okay? I'm not going to devote a stream to, or at least part of a stream to talking about coering. It's not necessary. His work has merit, period, in terms of credibility or being credible. For the rest, I don't see any other issue or any other problem or otherwise. It's like me. I don't give a shit about who thinks who thinks I'm credible or not. I literally could not care less if I tried. My reputation speaks for itself, and my work speaks for itself. Period. Not that I am here to convince anyone of such. Oh. So again, does anyone have any relating questions or related questions? Gregorian says, I saw like the video on Archangel Zadkiel, but you didn't really mention his strongest abilities. What are they in your opinion? Why did you change the Archangel Sandals one for money, if I can ask? From Clonak, I already explained that. Clonak left me stranded, and the cons started to outweigh the pros with Clonak, and I was restricted with Clonak. I still am with Sandalphon, but not nearly as restricted as I was back then. And in relation to Zadkiel, listen, that's why I said Zadkiel is a jack of all trades. Zadkiel is the Archangel of Justice, and he rules over Jupiter. And as such, Zadkiel covers multiple things: law-based matters, also foreign travel, good fortune, so things in abundance, and that includes money. Zadkiel to Sandalphon, you're asking me? Zadkiel was never. What are you talking about? Zadkiel was never a spirit that I worked with heavily. I summoned Zadkiel a couple of times for customers, including for myself, but I never. Zadkiel was never my financial manager or a spirit that I worked with for finances. So, what are you talking about? Oh, okay. Yeah, now you're saying, oh, okay, yeah. So yeah, that's what Zadkiel covers. Zadkiel and Michael, these guys they cover multiple aspects, okay? They're not black and white. They cover multiple things. Michael is also good for money, but it all depends. Ali Alakim is asking me whether Zachariah was more powerful than Metatron. No. Why would you make such a comparison? Metatron is an archangel. Metatron is one of the highest of archangels. Yeah, Metatron is very different. So yeah, Zachariah is definitely making that comparison is stupid. You can't compare a seraphim angel to an archangel. Multidigital coder says, can archangels also unleash demons of destruction when asked to? Since I understand that archangels can also be destructive. Hold on. Sorry, the question is again, let me reread the question. Can archangels also unleash demons of destruction when asked to? Yes, they have demons under them. So yeah, they can, if they deem it necessary, then they'll assign a demon to the task, or they'll tell you. I remember when I first started working with Sandalphon, he asked me to summon Clonek again in order to. He told me to summon Clonek again in order to get me the same job that I had lost previously. That's an example. Hmm. Interesting. Ali Akim says, I thought about Metatron because you said Sakurai was very powerful to someone, and I heard that Metatron is just below God, so that's why I asked. Yes, but listen, comparing power is not. What point does comparing power have? Okay, there's no point in comparing spirits power wise. I mean, it's impractical. The power doesn't really matter. And yes, Metatron is known as the face of God. Metatron is known as the face of God because he is the highest ranked in the Kabbalah. Okay, and it is through Metatron that God's will manifests into the world largely, aside from the others. That's it. Oh, multi-digital coder says I always struggled with the idea that the source would condemn me for working with demons. I try to shake the idea. I used to be brought up as a Christian. I am still a Christian, but I'm a real Christian, so not as some kind of fake wannabe Christian. Um, um, Occult experience says if a person had the protection of Sandalphon while asking Clonak for financial help, would the result be just as inconsistent or would the drawback be cancelled out? No, you can't have it both ways. You either work with one of the two. Okay. That's why I said Sandalphon asked me to summon Clonak just once so he could get me that job back, and he did get me that job back, but it was a one-time summoning when I was working with Sandalphon by default. Don't get the two confused or mixed up. Hmm. Okay, I get it now. Now you understand. So yeah, that is it. Anyone have any other questions? An hour and 58 minutes worth of streaming. I've got 6 people watching. It's 11 a.m. in my location. This is natural lighting, by the way. So yeah, again, for people that are new, if you don't want to miss a live stream, if you don't want to miss a live stream, subscribe to my channel and click the bell icon next to the subscribe button in order to be notified when I am online stream wise. So yeah, there you go. For people that are new, if you don't want to miss a live stream, subscribe to my channel and click the bell icon next to the subscribe button in order to be notified when I'm online stream wise. That way you'll be notified, and So just know that I'm online, and then you can decide whether you want to join the conversation or not. Okay, because people keep asking me repeatedly why. People keep asking me repeatedly why I how they can know when I'm going to stream, if there's a streaming schedule or something. Don't know why people have to be so difficult when you can do things the nice way. Mall Digital Coder says nice 4 p.m. here. We'll do about the stream notification. Will do. I hope I'll be free. Generally speaking, well, listen. Where are you from, Mall Digital Coder? If you don't mind me asking. Generally speaking, I stream locally. I stream in the morning or in the afternoon. Let's just say between 9 and. You're from Belgium, okay. Are you in Brussels or Antwerp or somewhere else? Um, oh, Antwerp, okay. So you also speak Dutch, or do you just speak French or Flemish? Um, that is, let's just say, converted to European. Oh, you speak both, okay. I just speak Dutch, English and Dutch. English is primary, Dutch is secondary, but Dutch is native. Yeah, so converted to European times, it would be, let's just say, 4 or 5 p.m. Those are the times I usually stream, and in the weekends, so yeah, and in American time, it all depends. Okay, East Coast when it comes to the U.S. or Canada, East Coast is only an hour or two different from me. So in the morning time, yeah, or in the afternoon, let's just say 2 p.m., 11 a.m. in the weekends. I sometimes stream at nighttime too, so 8 p.m. In Europe, that's like what 1 or 2 a.m. and in the US, it's the same thing. It'll still be nighttime. Let's just say 10 p.m., 11 p.m. Sometimes I stream online in the evening when I feel like it, but generally speaking, it's especially in the weekends. Most people are free in the weekends, so yeah. And the majority of people I get are either from Europe or either from Europe or the US or North America. I do have, some other people scattered, Indonesia, South Korea, and whatnot. So yeah, in the weekends, generally speaking, because people are free in the weekends. But lately, the past week, I've been almost streaming every day. I've been streaming every day almost. It just depends on the situation, when it calls for it. I felt like discussing the Grimorium Verum in detail today. I got the idea, so I said, "Hey, I'm just gonna hop online." So yeah, that is pretty much it. Does anyone have any other related questions? Relating to giving out live lessons, that's optional. I don't know if I'll be giving out live lessons, like I said. Okay, I said that that's the plan, but I don't know if I'm still going to continue to do so. I have no idea if I'm going to continue to do so in the future. As in give out live classes. It works with supply and demand. Okay, if the demand is present, then yeah, sure, no problem. But not if that's not the case. Okay, so everyone else is quiet. I'm not seeing anyone else being verbal or vocal. So again, if you want to ask a question, then ask a question now. 2 minutes and 2 hours and 3 minutes into the stream. Would you be interested to discuss the heptameron next time? Let's see. Do I have the heptameron? Hold on. Let me see. Heptameron. Do I have the heptameron? I don't think I have it, or I'm assuming that you're not referring to the Heptarica mystica. Heptameron. Let me see. Give me the short summarized version on what exactly its contents are, because I'm not sure if you're referring to that or I don't know if you're specifically referring to the Heptameron or the Heptarica mystica. David B has just come online. Hey, David B. Multi-digital coder says, let me show you. Yeah, sure, no problem. How's it going? David B is asking me. I'm doing fine, David B. You are 2 hours late to the stream, but yeah, it's okay. I started streaming a bit earlier today, so I'm assuming that you were either at work or otherwise occupied. Yeah, I just came from work. Lazaro LG says, we closed the 20th live stream. No Red Bull today. No, just thingy. Just orange juice. So yeah, in case you guys missed it, I was discussing. It's okay, multi-digital coder. Sorry, I was gone for a second. Okay, a lot more familiar people are coming online right now. Oh, hold on, David B and Lazaro LG. I'm going to show you guys. This is what the topic was. Today's topic was the Grimorium, Verum, and miscellaneous subjects. So I've already passed the Grimorium, Verum. I've gone through it and everything. So if you're really interested in the Grimorium, Verum, just rewatch the stream and you'll see for yourself. And now we're just discussing miscellaneous subjects. So yeah, any question that you want to ask, let's just ask it. Thank goodness I'm not really hungry. Not yet, in any case. It's 11:08. Mm. Mm. Oh, right. Yeah, David B, you're asking me. I was about to tell you. Okay. Hold on. Huh? Okay. No. I'm sorry. I was just briefly distracted by something. It is Heptameric Esoteric Archives. Hold on. Heptameron Esoteric Archives. Yeah, David B. I was about to mention it. Okay, I don't know if you said it, but how did you like Old Boy? I watched Old Boy last night, but I'm sorry, I just couldn't. It was kind of distorted. I had no idea what it was. Psychiatric facility, and he managed to escape by chiseling out bricks, which the wall that enclosed him was made up of, and it took him years, decade, well past a decade, before he got out and when he got out, he was on some kind of floor, and a guy almost fell that was holding a poodle or some kind of dog, and he held the guy by his tie. That's when I stopped watching. I'm not gonna lie to you. Old Boy. Let's just say it's not my cup of tea. I'm sorry. I watched it and it just seemed very distorted. I had no idea what the fuck it was about. You name it. Yeah. Let me look it up. Heptameron Esoteric Archives. Heptameron's grimoire spuriously attributed to Pietro d'Abano. It contains information about angels, their associations with burial seasons, days of the week, and for instructions for summoning him. All right, yeah, I briefly remember the Heptameron now. Yeah, I don't think I have it in my collection. Let me try Heptameron. No, I don't have it. I remember. I didn't. It wasn't really necessary. No. Hit. No, 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 no. It wasn't really necessary. Okay, I remember now. Oi, oi, oi. Let me see. No, I only have the Hepterica mystica, but I don't know if they're one and the same. Hold on, let me open it. Crap, 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 crap. Let's see if it's the same. I don't think it's the same. The Hepterica mystica. I don't know if it's the same. It's possible that it's the same, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. It could be, but I'm not sure. Oh, so yeah. I don't know if we'll discuss it next time. I'm not really knowledgeable on the Heptameron. I know nothing about it really, aside from the fact that I vaguely recall it when I was still collecting grimoires, and that's pretty much it. So I don't think so, to be honest. Um, Lazaro Algi says, "Will you do vlogs eventually? You're pretty consistent with the live stream. So has that idea crossed your mind at all?" Multi-digital caller says, "I don't seem to be able to place a link." You can place a link, but if the link is above 200 letters or characters, then you're not going to be able to place it. So yeah, David B, that was my thingy about the old boy, the movie The Old Boy. In relation to Lazaro's comment, vlogs, no, not really. Okay. When I have something personal to show you guys, I'll just do it via YouTube the way I usually do. These are personal videos or recreational or miscellaneous. Any other grimoire can be discussed. Multi-digital caller is asking me. Ali Alakim says, what about the Abremelin? Maybe. I'm also not experienced on the Abremelin, and there's not a lot to say about it. The Abremelin, I didn't want to undertake it because it's way too complex. A lot of stuff you need to do. I remember another magician though, Aaron Leitch, I think that's the name of the magician. He's also well known. He works in the Solomonic tradition. He he has done, or he has stated that he carried out the Abremelin operation successfully. So yeah. In any case, yeah, I might discuss future grimoires. The grimoires I've already covered are the Goetia on live streams, and now the Grimorium Verum, aside from miscellaneous questions. Code 919 says, "Hi, Moreno. Hello. You've come online and you have a new picture, one of a wolf I'm seeing here with something red alongside his thingy. Now, a lot more familiar people are coming online. Um, David B says you've never heard of such a grimoire, the Abramelin. The Abramelin is simply, it's called the sacred magic of Abramelin the Mage, okay? It involves a lengthy operation that you're supposed to perform in order to see your holy guardian angel. And I'm not referring to your higher self, the one that I refer to, or the one that I discuss. It's your guardian angel, basically, literally your guardian angel. Oh, you're saying that it's a wolf with a rose, code 919. So yeah, we'll see. In any case, there are plenty of grimoires that I still can discuss. So we'll see. So yeah, we'll see in any case. I'm sorry, I'm yawning for no reason. I'm not tired at all. I don't know why my body does that. I think because I woke up, not too long ago. I woke up at 8 a.m. or something. Um, can you share some else photo you have at your altar? It's cool. Why share it? You guys already have the video. You guys already have the video. Um, yeah. You guys already have the video. I have a video in which I think. Hold on for a second. Let me see. No. I can do you better. Just screw the image file, code 919. Hold on. I'll show you so I can print it out. Why would you want to print it out? Not that I mind, but why? Occult experience says the Abramelin was what Aleister Crowley tried to perform at his lake house, right? Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so you want to print it out. So yeah, you do need an image. Yeah. Hold on for a second. Hold on. Let me see. Yeah, hurry up. I do not have all day. Do not have all day albums. Cover photos. Cover. Come on. Open. Hold on. While I fetch that image. Even. Where is it? Cover photos or photos? Oh yeah, I found it. Hold on. Oh yeah. Let me see. Open up. Okay, there you go. Hold on. Let me just upload it. Come on, starting upload. Let me get to your questions. DVB says, can you elaborate what Aleister Crowley tried to perform? Like I said, it's just the operation that he tried to perform. Okay, the Abramelin itself, it's very lengthy and very complex. You need to do a bunch of things in the traditional context. You need to do this, you need to do that in order to connect with your holy guardian angel. And it just keeps going on and on and on. That's what the operation of the Abramelin entails. If you want to know what the Abramelin is exactly, David B, just Google it and you'll see the sacred magic of Abramelin the Mage. I'm sure it has a Wikipedia section or something. Hold on. Multi-digital coder says energy releases can do that, yawning. Hey, I have to go for now, but thanks for everything. We're going to include the links. Awesome opportunity. No problem. No problem. See ya. Ali Al Kahim says there's a movie called A Dark Song. It's all about the Abramelin, and they say it's true. No, A Dark Song is entertaining, but nothing great. The Dark Song is about the Abramelin, but only in a theoretical context. That's it. David B says, yeah, I'm looking at the moment. Code 919 says, most of people's altars look so complicated. Your altars are the simplest altars I've ever seen. Okay, here is somebody else's altar. There you go. Knock yourself out. You can have sandal ones too if you'd like. The choice is yours. He says not necessary unless people explicitly ask for it. Oh yeah, I also watched another movie yesterday called Crawl. It's about a movie that people. It's a movie about people that get caught in a hurricane while being in their house, and all of a sudden a bunch of alligators find themselves in the water and start killing them and whatnot. I don't know. The movie's nothing great, honestly. I give on a scale of 1 to 10, I give it a 5. The movie was barely watchable. I did watch the movie with only with one eye, to be honest. With the other eye, I was busy on my cell phone and whatnot. Oh, you're asking for the image in the frame. You said the altar, so I must. Hold on. You said you can't seem to find it online. Hold on. It's ridiculously easy. Let me see. Okay, hold on. Where are you, Thin Eye? There you go. David B says LOL. Yeah, I'm assuming that you're familiar with the movie. The movie's called Crawl. The idea behind the movie is good, but execution fails. I think the movie's a low budget movie or something, but it's not about money. It just fails execution wise. Uh, mm-hmm. Hold on. Hold on. The imagery. Hold on. Oh, hold on. Let me check. Where the hell did I put these images again, man? I need to check to see where I placed them again. Oh, yeah, there we go. Oh, let me see. David B says the production value. Are there some Surinamese movies I wonder? That's a good one. Okay. Suriname used to have nice movies, one or two self-made movies back when they weren't so fixated and focused on money. Yeah, then it wasn't an issue. Um, then it wasn't an issue. Okay, they were able to make proper movies that were good. In terms of quality, in terms of everything. They made one or two movies, but now these movies are just total shit because they're trying to pass themselves off as Americans. They're trying to act all Americanish or trying to act all Western when they don't even have they don't even come close to having what it takes to do so. It's just a typical wannabe mentality, worthless wannabe mentality. For the rest Surinamese movies, any other Surinamese movies that they make are pure shit. Okay, you'll laugh. You can compare them to African movies. Code 919. Here is the image. I already found it. There you go. That link will take you directly to the image in the picture frame. I am going to delete the other one on Google Drive. Not necessary to keep it there. LOL, I was about to ask if the production is the same as African. So yeah, you can expect Surinamese movies to be just as worthless as African movies. Don't expect any quality. What do you expect? Thank you, Murino. Sure, no problem. If you want to get a look of Surinamese movies, type in YouTube Karma Full Movie Suriname. Now, the only good movies was a movie called One People. One People is simply a retarded version of One People, so basically representing unity. But in Suriname, it's pronounced WANPIPLE. So it's literally as if some kind of retarded, stupid immigrant that can't speak English properly. It's the same as when some kind of stupid immigrant can't pronounce One People. So he says, okay, One People. It sounds like something Onich Pranks would do with One People. So yeah, the movie was good because it was genuine. It was made in the 90s and it simply illustrated what life in Suriname was about. And since Suriname's independence, racial tensions between the main ethnicities here, Indonesians, Hindus, and blacks primarily. And the story simply centers around a black man and an Indian woman, a Hindu woman that fall in love with each other. And of course, it's taboo. It's like when it's like how should I say this? It's like the Jeffersons, back in the day when with the white guy that had a black wife and so on. It was still back in the day, it was unheard of. Nowadays, of course, no one really bats an eye. But back then, especially in the 80s when Suriname had just become independent, it was unheard of, okay? And especially Indians were very racist. And this is a true story. The actress that played the Indian woman, despite the fact that it was only an acting role, she was severely beat up by other Indians for, according to their words, in their own words, uh, let's just say converted into English, fucking a nigger. And yeah, just goes on. But the movie is generally speaking good. The movie wasn't, there was barely any budget or anything like that, but it wasn't about that. The movie gives an accurate portrayal of what Suriname was like back then in the 80s and when Suriname had just gained its independence. That movie is good, and another movie called Splintered Luck or Broken Luck is about a girl that contracts AIDS after having a one night stand with a guy. The only aspect of that movie is also good, but the only thing wrong with that movie is that there are no one night stands in Suriname, pretty much. But that was back in the day, okay? Now, again, movies are offensive on every level. Like I said, a bunch of work less than nothing wannabes live in Suriname. They try to, they literally want to pretend to be the American or they want to pretend to be the European when they can't do shit. Like I said, okay, you've got wannabe versions of, it's called Youth Voice. It's a wannabe version of American Idol. They're literally trying to copy every aspect of American Idol and to make it as entertaining as possible for people when it's not. It's nothing, okay? It's just nothing. That's why I don't watch television and I do not listen to the radio. I don't want to hear any of this shit. I don't want to see Surinamese shit. I mean, no self-respecting person watches something like that, to be honest. That's all. I mean, back in the day, people made things. The quality was good because people made things that were genuine. The message was important, and people genuinely made something that reflected reality, and they were creative. It wasn't about money. But nowadays, they just try to copy. They try to copy, and they fail spectacularly in the process. They try to copy foreigners, which obviously have the highest production value. They try to copy either or mimic Hollywood or similar when they can barely even mimic their own asses, let alone anything else. So yeah, obviously, it's obvious, needless to say, I don't watch shit like that. You also have African movies that are popular here amongst blacks, but you should see these movies. I can literally direct another movie. My videos in which I recorded my house, for example, just to show you guys what my house looks like and so on. My house is literally, that video is 1,000 times better than any African movie. Just Google African movies and you'll see what kind of crap I'm talking about. Yeah. For the rest, it's just repulsing on every front. Code 19 says most people don't even know what American Idol is, so they're taking advantage of it. Again, like I said, every program here is like that, okay? Every program that they try to bring out is like that. They're making some pathetic attempt to come off as American or try to play American when they're nothing. Like I said, aside from Verum, if you want to work less than nothing 20th grade wannabe, you definitely need to come to Suriname if you want to shop for fucking wannabes. In any case, I don't want any of them near me. I like people, not workless scum or any kind of piss and shit wannabe. Um, Chris has joined us. Hey guys. Chris, I was about to ask you something. Are you by any chance, do you by any chance also go by the name Uber Tibert or Zero Divide? David B says you can apply it to any aspect all over the world, that now everything is about money than being genuine. Yeah, I agree. Okay. But yeah, you can also tell that even in Hollywood, okay, you can't compare movies back then to now. I mean, in the 90s, when I was growing up, movies were great. Music and movies were great because they were creative. Back then, you had movies like The Terminator, you had movies like Predator. These movies were iconic, you know, you had iconic stars like actors like Schwarzenegger and Stallone, and you name it. Movies were genuinely creative and therefore unique. The Exorcist, and it just goes on. But but now people just now now people all they care about is money. You had Men in Black, you had a bunch of movies that Will Smith played in. It was so great. Uh, I mean, it was great back then. Even music back then, you had artists like Missy Elliott. You had people that came out with creative material. I still remember all of these songs after ages, and now everything is just pure shit. Everything is shit, pretty much. The only times if I want to get a laugh, if I just want to giggle, or if I want to amuse myself, I can definitely listen to one of the new music songs, one of the new songs coming out, or I can't even stomach one of the new movies. I rarely see a new movie that comes out. I mean, not all of them are bad. One or two come out that are really nice. Saw, for example, Saw was yes. Hey, okay, Saw was the shit. Saw is the shit. Chris, the name is Hubert or Zero Divide. Code 919 says make a man versus wild Surinamese version. You don't have to go to the jungle. Yeah, but it would just involve me shooting local people and them begging for cover. You know, them just diving for cover. Okay, just thought to ask. David B says same applies to Surinamese music, like with cinematography. There is no music, okay? You have a bunch of black guys that are you have a bunch of black guys that are publishing material, but of course, again, they are literally just copying off, especially when it comes to the beat or when it comes to the instrumental aspect of a song. They just rip it from an American artist or any well-known artist, and yeah, they just rip it off any American artist and they just put their own vocals over it. Um, yeah, it's worse than parody. Believe me, even a parody version of a song that you can find online is better than a Sudanese version of it. Uh, so yeah, so yeah, it's really bad. I wish I could show you an example. But yeah, these songs are really bad. They have an annual festival that's being held here called Suripop, of course, because it's an abbreviation of Suriname and pop, and they just labeled it Suripop. Um, Hold on. Thingy is telling me that my connection is unstable. Can you guys hear me okay? Can everyone hear me okay? I have no idea what the fuck is up with YouTube telling me that my connection is unstable. My connection is just fine as far as I know. Again, can everyone hear me okay? Yeah, most people can hear me okay. David B and Ali Alakim say yes. Okay, Chris also says yes. So I have no fucking idea. The stream can be taking up a lot of bandwidth. Nah, the stream is only taking up. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. The stream is only taking up what, 3-4 MB a second, pretty much in terms of data. So yeah, it's fine. I have no idea what the fuck YouTube's problem is. I'm laughing hard here. Suripop like K-pop, occult experiences. I had some minor interpretation on my end. Just a few seconds of jumping in and out. Yeah, YouTube warned me, but I didn't notice anything. It's most likely because my piece of shit provider Digicel, the internet is unstable as usual every now and then. But yeah, for the rest, most people say that, yeah, everything else is fine, generally speaking. It was just a brief lag. I didn't notice any lag, but oh yeah, I noticed a brief lag, like my screen moved just for a second. But yeah, hold up, I'll show you guys an example of a Surinamese song. Siri Pop 12 Uyari. Yeah, this is an example of a song. Just thinking about it makes me laugh. Stupid piece of shit song. In any case, it's about the woman is singing about 12 long years. It's a love song, okay? And the title of the song is simply 12 years in Surinamese. 12 Uyari means 12 years in Surinamese. And it's simply about a song about, the song is simply about a woman that sees a lover after a dozen years, so after 12 years again, 12 long years, blah, blah, blah. Song's a piece of shit. Okay, as is the Suripop as a whole, piece of shit. They should call it Suri shit, honestly. Conan and Tito trying to kill us with these songs. Don't click the link. Yeah, you won't die, but you will start to giggle and just go, ew. So yeah. So yeah, now. David B says he's singing in Tranantongo or in Dutch. No, it's Tranantongo. Tranantongo. 12 Fuyari means 12 years. Okay. The Dutch way to say 12 years is 12 jaren. 12 in Dutch is 12 and years is jaren. But she's singing in the local language, Tranantongo. Yeah, Surinamese tongue. That's what it converts to. Full of shit. That's what they are. It's just, ugh. It's like a bunch of cats or it's like a bunch of cats are being raped repeatedly. Christus Langalangayari. Christus Langalangayari. Yeah, that means long, long, long years. So she's basically saying 12 years after 12 long years. It's just, oh God, the song is just fucking agonizing. I can't even try to copy it or mimic it. The song is just, the song is just agonizing on every level. The song is a piece of shit, and yeah, just like Suriname. It's true to, yeah, what's happening here. She needs help from Pi Monoco's experiences. The song is shameful. LOL. Yeah, it is. Code 19 says it has lyrics available in the description if you guys want to make an American version. Even the American version will sound better. Maybe we should get Mike Cyrus to cover this song. Buying the rights to the song would cost $1. Literally. Copyrights, $1. So yeah. David B says the song has 353,897 views. That's almost Suriname as a whole. Yeah, close to. Off by a couple of 100,000. Nah, it's simply people that have watched it repeatedly, you know, especially older people and so on. In reality, not even a lot of people have watched it, okay? Yeah, I mean, it's a really old song, okay? It's from the 90s or something, so you can imagine it's like 2 decades old. And over 2 decades, even if a couple of thousand people just click the link, then yeah. And Paimon says his ears are bleeding just from the song, but of course he's kidding. But he says music's not his forte, so yeah. Yeah, in any case, something else happened in piece of shit Suriname. Oh, David Bezos never knew that there is such a culture of music in Suriname. There is. Most people listen to foreign music, okay? Like I said, Suriname's already worth less than nothing, and society keeps declining, morally speaking. Honestly, I think if I asked a kid to suck my dick for 100 local dollars, he would do so. It's like less than $20, $15. That might sound cruel, but nah. Code 919 says she likes Damaru, Suriname. You're saying that editing is good. Oh, on Vivo, right? I'm assuming. Yeah, Damaru is he's a Surinamese singer. His name is Dino Orfeo Canterberg. He's best known for his song Mirosu, which Dutch singer Jan Smith. Mirosu simply means my rose in thing. Again, the guy is just he's no one. I don't want to be an asshole, but the guy's no one. He's just someone that whose songs, by sheer coincidence, or whose song became popular. You know, those kind of guys, kind of artists that only brings out one song, and only that song is slightly okay, and then for the rest, it's just pure shit all the way. But yeah, the editing is good. The editing is good because he. Let me watch it again. Oh yeah, the editing is good. Yeah, the editing is good because it's most likely it was supported by the Dutch, and the Dutch obviously they know how to make movies and how to edit things properly. If it was done sort of locally, believe me, it would be a piece of crap. Unless it was done by someone that's relatively expensive and someone that knows how to edit videos. Yeah. In any case. Uh, Yeah, I was about to say something else happened here today. There is a local gold mining company called I Am Gold. It's a Canadian gold mining company. They're one of the biggest gold mining companies in Suriname. I'll show it to you guys. Gold mining in Suriname. Operations, corporates, contact us. Hold on, I need to show you guys a couple of images so you guys can see what the gold mines here look like. I'll show you what a mining operation in Suriname looks like. You piece of crap, man. Why won't you open? Occult experiences. I notice a lot of Canadian influences. Suriname. Company's name is I Am Gold. Yeah. Yeah, there are a couple of Canadian companies in Suriname because Suriname is rich in minerals and precious metals, and Canadian companies have the capital needed to invest in extracting these minerals. There's also another one called Newmont, Suriname. Newmont is a Newmont Gold Corp. Hold on for a second. Another Canadian company called Newmont. I'll show you guys what it looks like. This is what I Am Gold looks like, what the mine in Suriname looks like. I Am Gold. This is what it looks like, and this is what Newmont looks like. Newmont, Suriname, their mining operation. Come on, hurry up, Newmont. It is beautiful. Take a look at looking from it at an aerial level, of course. These aerial photos are beautiful, but Newmont, this is Newmont's site, and a lot of people are envious. Okay, over here, a lot of people want to work for these kind of companies because obviously you pay a lot. If you go to work for a gold mining company, the mandatory working conditions and thingy state that David already knows that they pay a lot. Yeah, they pay approximately twice as much or 1.5 times as much as someone that works inside the city. So if you make $250 here, then if you go to work for a gold mining company, the drawbacks are that the benefit is that you make $100 more, $350, $400 even is a stretch. But let's just say $400, being generous. It's 1.5 times more than what the average person makes here in the city. And the drawback is that you need to stay at the complex. What it looks like, I've worked at these complexes. Okay, I work for a Dutch fraudulent piece of shit company, so I know what it's like. They have a default way of working. They simply have the gold mine, and then you have a road, maybe 20-30 kilometers, that leads to the gold mine. And on the other end, you simply have a small village in which all the employees live. They primarily use contractors from intermediary companies. For example, if they need hardware equipment, they rent it with all the drivers that come along with it from a company that's situated or located in the center of town. For example, a hardware company, there's a hardware company here called SEMC, literally SEMC hardware company. And they offer, they rent out everything that you might think of, bulldozers, cranes, and whatnot. And they rent it completely with all the drivers and whatnot. And the deal is that you simply stay there for 2 weeks. And for example, you work 12 hours a day, and then you get 1 week off. And then transportation, generally speaking, is as well as accommodations. You get to sleep in, you get to share one of those pre-camp cabins that's maybe 3 by 5 meters with 4 guys or 2 guys, depending on how generous the company is. So you sleep in bunk beds or on bunk beds. It's kind of like being at sea, being a sailor. And transport is also taken care of. And they simply bring you back into the city for a week, so you can stay a week in the city and not do anything, do whatever the hell you want, you name it. That's what working outside the city for a gold mining company or any mining company, generally speaking, looks like. Pretty much regardless of where you live, as far as I know. And yeah, a lot of people want to work for these companies because they pay a lot. But the drawback is that these companies are also corrupt up to a certain extent. Every fucking thing that gets touched by a piece of shit like Suriname becomes corrupt. Code 919 says, how much do they pay for executive positions in gold mining companies? I have no idea, maybe $500-600. David B says the sad part is that the gold that gets extracted is worth, for example, $100,000, but they pay you 3% of it. The same applies to Suriname. Yeah. I am gold pays Suriname or paid Suriname 3%, I think, of all of its income. So they extracted the gold, they sent it back to Canada, and the deal that was made, or the contract or agreement that was signed with the Surinamese government, is that they get 3% of all the profits. But I understand them. 3% is still good because they do everything. I mean, Suriname doesn't even have the potential to dig a fucking hole in the ground. So they do everything, okay? I mean, they do literally everything. They do everything. They dig a hole, they bring along their equipment, they put up everything, the entire project, they finance everything. So yeah, it goes without saying. I mean, if I do 95% of the work and you just sit on your ass, you're not going to take credit for anything. I'm literally going to give you less than a tenth. I might just give you a percentage, literally 1%, one measly percent of what I make. Nah. And then, as far as I know, I Am Gold isn't in Suriname anymore. They are the I Am Gold that's here is led and maintained by local people. As far as I know, management is local because the majority of I Am Gold simply packed up and left. Because when the new government came into power a couple of years ago, they when the new government came into power a couple of years ago, they in 2016, I think, 3 years ago, because elections are next year, 2020, I think. Um, the new president demanded that I Am Gold pay them more, specifically 8% or 9%. That was just greedy, literally just greedy. Not by 1 or 2%. He wanted close to 10%. And I Am Gold says no. If that's the case, that's preposterous. If that's the case, then we're simply going to leave. End of story. And that's what they did. They packed up all of their stuff and they left pretty much. Because I Am Gold used to be a lot more congested. If you pass the gold mine, there used to be a lot more. And now there's barely any activity going on there. Occult experience says Canadians are good at digging holes. Code 919 says how deep? I have no idea. At least a couple of kilometers deep. Because one of those big trucks looks so small. It looks like one of those Lego trucks from afar. David B says, such a shame. Many people lost jobs. Yeah, thank the government. David B says it would take a decade for Suriname to set up a gold mine fully functional. Of course, not even a decade. It would take 2 decades. Let's just say 25 years. So yeah, that's what it looks like. It is beautiful from up top, of course, and it is in the dense jungle. And something happened yesterday at I Am Gold. You've got a lot of illegal gold miners that try to sneak into these gold mines and simply try to steal gold from these gold mining companies, individual illegal gold miners. They call them pork knockers here. And what happened is that a pork knocker was killed yesterday. They literally deliberately shot at him despite the fact that he was fleeing. They shot and killed him. And in a revolt, other illegal gold miners started they started rioting, and they burned one. I think they burned a bus. They burned a bulldozer. They literally lit up a bulldozer and a bus and all kinds of crap. Hold on, I'll show you guys the thingy that I watched the video yesterday, but I can't recall if I watched it on my video. Oh, I Am Gold. Let me see. Oh, hold on, let me look it up for you guys. I Am Gold, Suriname riots. Yak. It's not in English, unfortunately, so I can't thingy it for you guys, but I will show you guys the. I will show you guys. Hold on. Hold on. I'll show you guys a video of that one of the illegal gold miners took, in which he literally cries his eyes out and shit. And the header says dead person with one fatality with the during riots on at I Am Gold, the gold mining company in Suriname. Hold on. This is the video. Enjoy. And it's from one of these illegal gold miners that captures. One of the illegal gold miners that captures his friend being shot, or his associate being shot. Al-Hakim says Murugan was in a deep meditative state one day, and for some reason I opened my eyes and I wish I didn't. I heard a nuke-like explosion, scared the hell out of me. Do you know what was going on? No, but I have it too sometimes on occasion. So yeah. So yeah, that's it. And I'll show you guys what the thingy is like. David B says something like that was expected or expectable, to be expected. Now, listen, I disagree, okay? These guys are already illegals, and these guys are already illegal, and then you have the balls to start a riot. I mean, if the gold mining company didn't put a trespassers will be shot sign and then warn people, then fine. I'd say, hey, listen, you didn't have to kill the guy deliberately. You could just fire the warning shot and told them that the next time they will be killed. But even then, okay, nah, these guys are illegals. They're criminals. They sneak into gold mines, for example, when it's dark and whatnot, and they try to steal stuff. How would you like it if you had a company and people stole shit from you illegally? Okay, criminals. Wouldn't you shoot them? It's shoot to kill. And then in revolt, these criminals start to burn things down, or they start to riot. I'll tell you what I would have done. I would have given the order to kill every single one of them. I would have given my security guards. I would have told them, you've got a license to kill every single one of them. I'm not kidding. They start the riot, mow their asses down. Period. It's that simple. I don't talk a lot. There's no, this is inexcusable. This kind of behavior is literally inexcusable. Hold on, I'll show you guys the thingy on, it lost my, I'll share the link with you guys. And of course, Code 919 says, what is this new Facebook Watch YouTube copy? I have no idea. This link, the Instagram link, is of the aftermath. Of course, you can see a bulldozer being set ablaze and a bus also. And the local government has already sent a squad of troopers over there, you know, a squad of soldiers along with police escort and everything in order to quell the situation. No, these guys should know better, okay? If you want to act like vermin, then you're going to get treated like vermin. Honestly, I would have shot pretty much every single one of them. I am gold is still lenient, but again, that's their problem, not mine. So yeah, that's just another story. Just another day in piece of shit, Suriname. Okay. So yeah, let me see if I can find you, if I can show you guys something else. Code 919 says, what would you do if someone stole from your gold mine, Morino? I already said what I was going to do. I'm going to shoot you, and not just a little. I'm going to riddle your ass with bullets. Oh, let me see if I cannot... Hold on, let me see if I can show you guys what... oh shit, I never uploaded it. Hold on, let me try to see if I can't upload something. Open, you fuck, open. I almost want to show you guys what a border town looks like in Suriname, called Albina. There's a town here called Albina that is filled with criminals and all kinds of other stupid Negroes and niggers. Just completely, It looks like Somalia. That's what it reminds me of. And it borders French Guyana. You can see French Guyana across the river. I already showed you guys Naikeri. Naikeri is a border town in Suriname that I went to for my birthday last year in the western part of Suriname. But now I'm referring to the eastern part. In the west, Suriname borders Guyana, and in the east, Suriname borders French Guyana. I want to show you guys Albina. I went there. David B is asking me, when I went treasure hunting, you found some deposit of gold or diamonds, right? No, again, read the article on Alexander if you want to know all about that. I'm not going to get into that now. I already discussed that a good while ago. Let me see if I can show you guys something. Albina, Suriname. Albina, Suriname. This is Albina. This is what Albina looks like. And yeah, like I said, a bunch of Albina is literally like Africa. I wanted to say Albina is a bit like the Surinamese version of Detroit, but even that would be insulting Detroit. I'm not kidding. That's how worthless Albina is. Most criminals, when they go to hide, they go to Albina. And you can see why. There's nothing there. Only a grocery store. I think only one grocery store is there. I mean, these guys just rob you or will try to rob you and everything. When I went there, I tried to record a video. They told me, one of the guys yelled for me, hey, my man, watch out. They're going to grab your camera. And I told them, okay, they can try it. Let's see what happens. So yeah, sure. Code 919 says GTA 5 in Albina. Yes, you can compare it to that. I want to show you guys Albina, but I'd have to upload it, and I'm afraid it would take too long because that file is 85 MB. Yeah, that file is 85 MB. Otherwise, I'd show you guys when I recorded what I recorded when I went to Albina. I simply recorded it there. In any case, that's the cheap, easy way to go to French Guiana if you want. Going by plane to French Guiana would be a bit expensive. I mean, going via Albina would only cost you, I think, maybe what, less than $100 American, and then you'd end up in the border town of French Guiana called Saint Laurent. It's basically French for Saint Lawrence, Saint Laurent du Maroni, Saint Lawrence of Maroni, or something like that, of the Maroons or some shit. Ali Alakim says, is it worse than Dominicans? They fight with machetes. Nah, let's just say just as worse. It's the same for Brazilians, okay? Like I said, Brazilian vermin that houses themselves here. Just watch the movie Turistas and you'll see for yourself what Brazilian vermin is like. There are a lot of Brazilians too, okay, that are present here in Suriname. A lot of piece of shit Brazilians. In any case, yeah, that's uh, that's what Albina looks like. David B says, I don't know why. What do you mean you don't know why? Code 19 says Brazilian women are hot. No. Brazilian women, not the kind of vermin women I see here. They're just as ugly as local vermin. So yeah. David B says such a people like this are mostly in South America and Central America. Yeah, that's because again, these people are here because they are simply vermin. End of story. That's why South America as a whole is a shithole, pretty much. These people, it's not, they're not worthless because, let's call them people. They're not worthless people. They're not worthless because of who they are. They're worthless because of their behavior. They display vermin-like behavior, and therefore they are vermin. End of story. If they acted like normal people, then yeah, we wouldn't have an issue. I'd be so glad, I wouldn't have to leave Suriname. Staying here would be a realistic option. But nope, instead of that, you're faced with pieces of shit here that are supposed to be people. That's pretty much it. David B says, like in Europe, yes, there are vermin like gypsies. Yeah, I know. People have told me that. Romanian gypsies, right? Yeah. People have told me that you've got Romanian gypsies in Europe too that harass you and try to beg you for money, but not on such an extent like you are saying right now. Not on such a large scale. Yeah, I know. Romas, they call them, I think, or something. I don't know. Romania and Europe is also not doing too well. So, yeah. Hence them spreading across Europe and try to beg and so on. I'm the last person you should beg for something, money or something similar. I just, I'm only going to tell you once to fuck off. If you still can't get the message, then troubles are brewing. Let's just say that. Um, but yeah, that's in any case what happened here. Um, and that's what the jungle is like here. I was thinking, I was thinking about going to Guyana yesterday for my birthday. I was thinking about staying, in a hotel for a week and doing a bunch of fun stuff, going off-roading in Guyana and whatnot, taking a helicopter tour over Georgetown, Guyana's capital. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. because basically I'd have to go to Naikari. Occult experiences sounds like you need a vacation. Essentially, it would simply entail that I'd have to go to Naikari. I'd have to cross the seashore, like I told you guys there, like I showed you, and I'd have to take in the adjacent Guyanese town called Corriverton or Skeldon. I'd have to take a cab all the way to Georgetown. It's a couple of hours driving, the same way that it's a couple of hours worth driving from Paramaribo to Naikari. And what else would I have to do? I'd have to, and after that, yeah, I would just stay in a hotel, and I'd have to go all the way back after that week. And yeah, so we'll see. We'll see, we'll see. I have no idea. The thought crossed my head. The thought crossed my mind. The idea came into my head a short while ago. David B, yes, it does sound like a good idea, but I'm just not completely sure on whether I want to. So we'll see. Guyana is also a piece of shit, but not even Guyana is such a piece of shit as Suriname. Even Guyana is better than Suriname in some aspects. Ridiculous. Alakim says we have people in some places in Iraq that are worse than all of those you mentioned. Yeah, I know, but still, a piece of shit, still a piece of shit. Okay. Just because someone is worse off does not mean that you're not bad off. Okay. So yeah, it's like comparing apples and oranges. I mean, Syria and Iraq and so on are different stories altogether. But let's just say different pieces of shit. But a piece of shit still a piece of shit, regardless of its smell or color. Ugh. They're all just revolting. David B says you don't need a visa for Guyana, right? Just a passport. No, that's true. You don't need a visa. Suriname, since it borders Guyana and it's also a piece of crap, just like Guyana, pretty much. You don't need anything. For French Guyana, because it's French territory, you do need a visa. I remember requesting a visa. Oh, battery's at 30%. I do remember a visa. Do you speak a Chinese? No, we do. Let's sing now, yeah. I do remember requesting a visa. I had to request a visa, and I didn't even go. I got the visa, but I didn't even go to French Guyana. And you also don't need a visa for Brazil. So basically, every town that borders Suriname, with the exception of French Guyana. Ali Al-Hakim says not all, though. Don't forget we have the Europe, UAE, and the Middle East. Yeah, I know, the United Arab Emirates. Yeah. David B says, was it difficult to obtain? Not really difficult to obtain, but it was difficult in the sense that they have the French embassy here has one bitch of a woman that they deliberately placed there in order to make it as difficult as possible for you. So that way they eliminate vermin. They only get people that are serious about going to French Guyana. I remember when that woman that representative behind her desk, when she asked me for papers, she just had some stupid grin on her face, and I just wanted to smack that grin off of her. And I just thought to myself, bitch, if I didn't want this visa, I would smack you across the entire embassy. You name it. The woman is a real bitch. Okay, she is just. Imagine the worst high school teacher you had that yelled at everything that you did and that was so incoherent that you didn't want to be near her. That's what that woman is like. She's the sour apple you have to bite through in order to go to French Guyana or go to France. I remember I was also supposed to get my fingerprints and so on, and their machine doesn't work properly. And she just started yelling at me. I'm putting my finger, okay, pup. I'm putting my finger, pup. Mr. Ravenberg, will you put your finger? My finger's already there. Will you put your finger properly? My finger is placed on properly. Mr. Ravenberg, your finger. Will you put your finger properly? And I was like, I keep my head cool, completely cool. And I'm like, I'm just looking at her. I'm someone I can keep myself completely cool in those kind of situations, high risk situations. I'm completely cool. because I know that making a fuss and yelling at her in my turn in turn will not yield any results. Security is going to escort me out of the French embassy and bye bye visa forever. So I was just like, mm. Oh, I'm sorry, a colleague of mine was going to help you. Then a security guard came along and he was like, your fingers are too dry. Try placing them, try getting your fingers a bit wet near the water cooler and come back then and try again. I did that and boom, it worked again. Beep, it worked just fine. Is it my fault that your stupid fucking fingerprint machine can't distinguish between wet fingerprints and dry fingerprints? So yeah, I have it. Okay, I still have it on my passport. Where is it? I still have my French. This was in 2016. This was 3 years ago. Where is it? That visa, French visa. Ah, there you go. French visa. There you go. Visa, Francois. As you can see, Guyane. Guyana down here simply stands for French Guyana. So yeah, I had it. It was applicable for May the 10th in 2016 all the way up until July the 1st. So I was allowed to stay a bit over a month, I think close to 2 months. Is it still valid? No, David B, it's from 2016. We're in 2019. So no, it's no longer valid. Obviously not. In any case, for Guyana, you don't need any of that. I need to take my passport with me, and that is it, pretty much. I do not need a visa, so completely visa free. The same goes for Brazil. I can go to Brazil and stay there a month visa free. David B says, I mean, you have different visa types that are valid for years. Yeah, but a visitor's visa, generally speaking, is only applicable or only valid for a month. I mean, what you're thinking about is more an extended visa or a temporary residency permit, something along those lines. That's applicable for longer than a month, of course. Ali Alakim says, you look like a criminal in that picture. Yeah. I wasn't in a good mood, of course. I mean, I still have these mug shots. That's because I had to take time off of work, or I had to simply take a brief pause from work, and then back then I still went everywhere on bicycle, so I had to cycle all the way into town. I had to get these mug shots done, and it just goes on. Okay. David B is asking me, why didn't you go? I still have my mug shots. I still have one mug shot in my wallet. I still have a mug shot in my wallet. David B, in regards to your question, why I didn't go because I didn't go because it wasn't necessary anymore. But by that time, I had already requested, the visa. So I was like, oh, fuck it. It'll just expire automatically. And I simply saw off the idea. I was about to go to French Guiana just to do something. This is my mugshot too in my wallet. So yeah, that's it. Now, so yeah, David Bezos looking intense on that mugshot. Yeah, you can imagine. Okay, I'm already a serious-minded person in general. Right now, I am smiling a lot more because life is going my way, and my mental state, my state of mind has improved drastically. But back then, life was still pretty much a struggle, and you can imagine what that's like. I was still under a good deal of pressure, job-wise as well as taking care of other things, and as a result, I wasn't very smiley. I wasn't someone that smiled a lot. I was more intense. I looked more like I wanted to kill someone because I was filled with a semi sense of hate. And that's it. But for the rest, Lost OneDrive. Yeah, back then I was still filled with a sense of, I still had somewhat of a grudge, you know. You know what it's like when you're being pressured. The last thing you'll do is smile. I'm already not that kind of person. David B says, when I see how good passport of Suriname, when I see, when I see how good is the passport of Suriname, the only country in Europe you can visit without a visa is Serbia. Huh? I'm honestly speechless. No, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah. That's relating to Europe. When it comes to Canada and the US, you need you need um, you need you need a visa and whatnot. David B says, I'm looking at visa requirements for Surinamese citizens. I'm way ahead of you. I'm way ahead of you. I'm way ahead of you, but don't bother. But don't bother, thanks. Believe me, don't bother. It's okay. It's perfectly fine. Okay. It's perfectly fine. So yeah, it's perfectly fine. Occult experience has hot women in Serbia. I tell you, yeah, I know hot women in hot women in Europe all around. Okay, especially Scandinavian and Baltic women. Hot women in the Ukraine too. Just meet. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Does anyone have any questions? Ali Alakim says Colombians are the best chicks. Well, I'm assuming that most of you are familiar with what's happening in Venezuela, how Venezuela has literally turned into a shit show overnight thanks to Maduro, Nicolas Maduro, and all the things that are happening. I mean, people in Venezuela are literally eating our trash cans as we speak, I think, and they're eating rats and anything else they can get their hands on. And there was already a mass exodus of people fleeing Venezuela. Some went to Colombia, some went to Brazil. But that caused, in its turn, tensions in Brazil when a Colombian migrant tried to kill or killed or stabbed a Colombian guy and a Brazilian, and then these Brazilians basically started rioting the same way that those illegal gold miners rioted against iron gold. And it just goes on, okay? And now, last time I checked, Venezuela has what, two presidents now. There was another one, the alt-right, so the party that opposes Maduro. Maduro's rule has declared their own president and declared Maduro void, and Maduro is still not letting go of power. So yeah, David B says Guiado. Yeah, I think that's the guy's name. I don't care, honestly. So now basically Venezuela is completely dualistic. Venezuela is completely dualistic in terms of rulership and so on. It's a shame because Venezuela was once what, the richest country in South America as a whole, due to a lot of investors being there and that had a lot of oil. Because Venezuela is rich in oil, but then what's the guy's name again? Before Maduro, Maduro was vice president. I forgot his name. The bald guy that died. I forgot his name. Uh, Hugo Sanchez, yeah, exactly. Hugo Sanchez, yeah, Sanchez, David B, thank you. Sanchez just ruined everything. He just told them to fuck off, all of these investors, because he wanted a lot more. He started, it's just when communism strikes or socialism strikes. Okay, Chavez was socialistic and he was socialism leaning. And there you go, a practical example of what happens when communism or socialism strikes. Um, So yeah, he wanted to convert all of these foreign companies into local companies and have them pay a ridiculously heavy tribute in the sense of 50% or something. And they obviously said fuck no, and they left. And as a result, unemployment skyrocketed. A lot of people lost their jobs, and there were no other jobs to be found. and inflation just took a nosedive, like a professional swimmer jumping off a swimming board, a dive board. Yeah, David B says how to ruin a good country in one step, definitely. And Chavez died, and Maduro came into power, and the rest is history, recent history. Yeah, it's a shame, but yeah, there you go. And in any case, I wouldn't take in any migrants from Venezuela if I were the leader of a country. If I were Colombia, nah, I wouldn't take a single migrant. What the hell's wrong with you? I mean, if these migrants have papers, they prove their work, they're educated, they're they went through legal channels, they did what they had to do. They can prove that they're educated, that they have work experience, and they can prove what their intentions are. But I'm definitely not letting people come in en masse like illegal migrants that don't have any paperwork or documents with them whatsoever. Definitely not doing that. Definitely not doing that. Um, Definitely not doing that. I would literally stop them at the border and I'd shoot them. I clearly put a thingy there, a sign there. Illegal migrants or trespassers will be shot on sight. The people that's still there to come, it doesn't matter whether you're men, women, children, doesn't matter. You will be shot. Yeah, David B says the same with exodus in Europe that many refugees from Iraq, Syria, and Africa have. Yeah, and look what's happening. Europe is turning into a shithole. Slowly but surely turning into a shithole. David B says they came to Europe without papers just to get easy welfare in Germany and in Scandinavia. Yeah, exactly. Those piece of crap countries that are on the liberal bandwagon, like Sweden, and those countries are also at the same time the laughing stock of the rest of the world. Pretty much every imbecile out there is laughing at Sweden, at its Stockholm syndrome-ish attitude. It's the same thing with the Netherlands, with Belgium, you name it. You've got ISIS terrorists hiding in Belgium. David B says, but my country never accepted any refugee. LOL, yes, I'm familiar with it. Okay, Eastern Europe is standing strong and has my full support. Hungary, the Czech Republic, and pretty much every Eastern country is an absolute no-go zone for refugees. Ali Alakam is asking David where he's from. Ali, he is from the Czech Republic. He's from the Czech Republic. He lives just outside of Prague. You name it. Croatia too, you name it. Ali Alakim says, I thought he was from the US. No, he's not. The says, but funny thing is, even if you tell them you can stay here, they say no because your country won't give them the welfare money they want, which is ridiculous. Yeah, that's true. Okay, no migrant really is focusing on settling in Eastern Europe or something because these countries aren't as well off. Countries like the Ukraine and whatnot, the Baltic states aren't as well off, of course, financially, but money isn't everything, of course, as Western Europe. Okay, they know that Western Europe is suicidal, so they automatically focus on going to Western Europe. They're tracking in large amounts to Western Europe because they know that in nut job countries like Germany and so on, they'll get welfare, they'll get housing, free housing, welfare, everything they need to live. Again, I think Hitler would legitimately turn in his grave if he Hitler would legitimately turn in his grave if he saw what's happening. He must be going nuts in the astral, provided that he hasn't moved on already to either heaven or hell. Most people would say hell. Hitler would simply go nuts. 99999. Hitler would go nuts. Okay, to see his beautiful German Third Reich turn into what it is now under Merkel's rule. Yeah, definitely. I remember, speaking of Germany, I remember that once I just went to sit inside the center of town, and you had a group here that wanted a group of Germans, or in any case, a German sent journalism group, or and that wanted to encourage multiculturalism. They were liberal, most likely, and they were in Suriname because they wanted to show people that people of different ethnicities, they wanted to show Germans or Europeans at least, Europeans or Germans at least, that people of different ethnicities can live in harmony together. Of course, that's a misguided notion. That's one of the many reasons Suriname is a worthless and nothing shithole. But yeah, and they asked me if they can film me just staring off into the distance. And they said they only have the specific part where I was just sitting to get some fresh air. They said that they only have old people there and not one young person is. I was the only young person there, pretty much, relatively speaking. And most of them were female. And they said, "Can we capture a male?" You don't have to say. I asked them, "What do you want me to get interviewed or anything?" And they said, "No, you can just. We just want to capture a couple of shots of you just staring into the distance and whatnot." And I was like, "Yeah, sure, yeah, sure, fine, fine." Um, Occult experience says, "Yeah, what do you think happened to Hitler's soul?" I have no idea. That's God's call. And yeah, I thought to myself, these stupid Germans should know that I'm alt right, that I'm an alt right extremist. They have no idea. But yeah, again, it's just a they were obviously given orders by the government, or in any case by the left leaning parties or the leftist parties in Germany, to come over here and to simply sell this stupid delusion of multiculturalism being a thing. Nope. Again, one of the many reasons that Suriname is worthless is because of multiculturalism. Okay, I mean, if Suriname only had one ethnicity, it would simplify things. But you've got a lot of them here. You've got everything that you can think of. One giant melting pot. And only a very minor group socializes with each other, okay? The less than 10%, which is mixed race like me. But the rest is just, The majority us still prefers their own kind. They still prefer their own ethnic kind, and I can't blame them. You know, birds of a feather fly together and all. And most ethnicities, how they get by here in Suriname, they just live past each other. I think that's the case in most shithole countries. They live past one another. So basically, Chinese with Chinese, Indians with Indians, Native Americans with Native Americans, blacks with blacks, Hindus with Hindus. They do socialize with each other, but only on a superficial level. For the most part, they just literally just live past one another. Um David B says those people that can say things like that are almost likely that are most likely kids of rich parents because they get spoiled, like in Sweden and Germany. Ali Alakim says, "What do you think is going to happen to someone that puts people in the oven? I can't imagine him in heaven." Again, that's God's call. That's not our call to make. So yeah, for all we know, God gave Hitler a break and he's in heaven. I have no idea. That's his choice. God's will lies beyond our comprehension and will always be the case. But yeah, in any case, that's how most people here live. They do socialize with each other, but only, only superficially. They really only socialize with each other at a superficial level, and for the rest, it's just they live past each other, and they still cuss at each other and swear at each other behind each other's backs. You know, that stupid nigger, that dumb Indian, that stupid Indonesian. It just goes on. David B says, "In my entire life in the Czech Republic, I met, I think, 5 or 6 blacks." Yeah, you can expect that. You become more self-aware, okay? Believe me. It's like if you were the only white guy in Africa, you would notice, okay? Or you would feel self-conscious. Occult experience says Hitler was a huge occultist. Yeah, I know. I think the black sun occult symbol comes from Hitler. Hitler had specific teams that separate researching teams that researched the occult and what they could do occult wise. As I recall it, there is some kind of place in the Czech Republic in the David B in the forest where Hitler also had dispatched a team in World War II when the Czech Republic was occupied. It was Yugoslavia back then, right? I think. And you've got numerous black sun symbols there, and there's also a hole which is covered, and it's said that that nearby people that live nearby saw demons and all kinds of other weird creatures come out the hole at night, and they flew around and all kinds of other crap. I forgot what it's called, man. In any case, there's a story that goes as following. They lowered the Germans, the Nazis back then. They lowered a prisoner in there, and they told him, if you get lowered into that hole, if you volunteer for being lowered into that hole, because it's said to be a bottomless pit. If you volunteer to get lowered into that hole, you'll be the charges against you will be dropped, your prison sentence will be dropped, and will be declared void or null, and you'll be a free man, or at the very least reduced sentence. And he agreed to it, and he was lowered and up to a certain point, and all of a sudden he just started screaming his ass off. And when they pulled him back up, it's like he had aged 50 years or 60 years. His hair, he was like 40 years old, and he looked like 80 when they pulled him back up. His hair was completely gray and whatnot. I need to look it up. Hold on, let me see. Bottomless pit in the Czech Republic. In the Czech Republic, man. Bottomless pit in the Czech Republic. Hauska Castle. Holy crap! Oh, finally. I've seen so many YouTube videos on Hauska Castle. Hauska Castle. It's said. They also said that the entire castle was weird when researching it, because the castle was built in reverse. So the castle was built outside in, so with the express purpose of keeping something inside. So the castle, instead of just being like a normal castle with windows, everything was built inwards, in the sense of, hey, concealing something, the same way that a ceiling conceals things, or an attic or a basement conceals things. So yeah, there are plenty of videos there on Hauska Castle. If I just look up Hauska Castle on YouTube, you'll see a bunch of things. David B, what are your thoughts on it? I'm not gonna lie, I would like to visit Hauska Castle. Maybe. We'll see. And that so-called bottomless pit. Hauska Castle, it's also called a portal to hell. That pit specifically is called an entrance or a portal to hell. And I'm seeing that a bunch of, I think it's bullshit, okay? A bunch of paranormal researching teams are researching Hauska Castle. This is one of them. I remember watching this video too, from the Paranormal Scholar. And it's nothing but speculation, but it's unlikely that there's a portal to hell there or some shit. No, it's most likely just, you know, it's just a deep pit, maybe, that they threw people in that's haunted. I'm being told by Samael that, yeah, the pit's haunted and the castle too, to a lesser extent. Okay. David B says, to be honest, I never heard about bottomless pit in that castle, but as a castle I know, but never such a history of it. You know it as a castle. In any case, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe we'll see if I decide to go there. You've got a lot of these places, okay? Occult Experience says bottomless pit sounds like a Canadian mining operation. That's a grim name for a mining operation. Bottomless pit. Yeah, I'm an engineer at the bottomless pit. Ali Alakim says Mourinho is a try. They say Satan's throne is Bermuda Triangle. No, don't believe the stupid shit that you hear. Jesus, man. Don't be so gullible. Friday at the end of the day. Okay. David B says, have you ever heard about Kostelvzic? I'm sorry. Kostelvzic Vasic Sedlic. I don't know if I'm saying it correctly. Oh, it's also another creepy place. Coastal isn't Coastal Czech for hostel, as in a mini hotel? I'm getting All Saints Church, Castle in Praha. Coastal Passage, Listen. Yeah, it's a church, but I'm not seeing anything thingy about it. Anything creepy. Check the images, let me see. The inside looks okay. I don't see anything. I don't see creepiness. I see a bunch of angelic statues. It's actually quite nice, I'm not gonna lie. So yeah. Let me see, haunted. Let me see if I find something. Oh, it's called a bone church too. Yeah. Or I don't know if it's the same thing. In any case. I don't know. In any case, yeah, the bone church. If that's creepy, then you should see Le Catacombs in Paris. I'd like to go to France to visit the Le Catacombs. But I don't think I'll be able to because France is also on the suicidal liberal tour with what's his name? With Macron, Emmanuel Macron. So I think that yeah, France is turning into a shithole in record time. So we'll see. Uh, I mean, you've got no-go zones in France and everything. So yeah, France is definitely not a place I'll be visiting. I see anything here? Yeah, so there are a bunch. There's also a forest called Hoia Baciu Forest in Romania or something. Hoia Baciu Forest. Hoia Baciu Forest. Hoia Baciu Forest is in Romania. Yeah, Hoia Baciu Forest. There are so many videos on it that it is one of the most haunted forests. World's most haunted forest. Yeah, Hoia Baciu Forest. Um, trees grow crooked. People say a bunch of shit happens. Samuel is telling me that it is heavily haunted. So yeah, he also suggested I don't go there. I can go there if I really want to, but why bother? And point taken, yeah. Oyabachu Forest is definitely one of the scariest ones based on everything that I've seen. So yeah, Oyabachu Forest is it is haunted. Uh, hold on, I'm looking up a documentary on Oyabachu Forest, and yeah, this is a documentary on it. So yeah, that is it in any case. These forests, there are a bunch of places in the world, so many places that are haunted, places where you can go. Have any of you ever slept at a graveyard or anything similar? David B says no, rather not. Yeah, I agree. Okay, it's best not to poke the bear, if you will. It's best not to do so because it might come off disrespectful to the dead. And you know, shit might go down. Things might happen that you don't want to happen. Um, I just love how sick I look in in my picture on my mobile phone. It's a picture that I took of when I was on the ATV tour, and this is it. So yeah, I have a bunch of those pictures. Looks great. Thanks, David B. Yeah, I like it. Picture looks great. Um, yeah. So in any case, it's best not to do so. Okay, go to a graveyard. I mean, I could easily go, not because of who I am. Generally speaking, nothing will happen if you're an average person. You can sleep at a graveyard and nothing will happen, but it all depends. All it takes is one time to spook you for the rest of your life. So yeah, I've heard stories of people that slept at graveyards and nothing happened, and then other people have done so and they're so terrified that they're afraid to talk about it. So yeah. You're asking me, David B, why they would do that just to experience it. No, I remember one of the guys that I use one of the guys that I work with as a scryer back in the day when I still scried, or back in the day when I still tried to evoke, and I thought to myself, maybe I don't have enough energy and I need someone else's energy. Um, um, mhm, he told me that he slept at a graveyard too, just because he's an occult enthusiast. He really wanted to communicate with the dead, specifically necromancy. He was heavy into necromancy, and I he just said nah. He said he stayed at a he tried everything. He slept at a graveyard. Nothing happened. You name it. Um, so yeah, just for the experience, basically, just to communicate with the dead, a desperate attempt to communicate with the dead, I might add. Occult experiences, would you consider visiting the suicide forest in Japan if you ever had a chance? Aokigahara Forest, yeah. I No, I don't know. I don't think so. Not really. It's like Koyabachu Forest. So many people have killed themselves there, as far as I know. That the forest is teeming with dead people. So yeah, Uh, David B is asking me whether there are any haunted places in Suriname. Suriname as a whole is haunted. Okay, believe me. Doesn't matter. You don't have to go to a specific place for to encounter any spirit or something. You can just go again. If something is going to happen to you, then it's gonna happen. I mean, remember the stories that I told you guys. Okay, back when I still worked as a security guard, I encountered spirits on a regular basis. I practically encountered spirits at every place that I worked at, every post that I had to maintain or where I was stationed. Oh, but again, you can go into the jungle. The jungle here also has a lot of spirits. Has a lot of spirits. I remember when I went into the jungle, I saw a spirit. When I went on my first treasure hunt with that friend of mine, I I heard some kind of growl, and I told him, "Is that you? Or do you hear that growling?" And he said, "No." And I just looked back. I just looked behind him, and I said, "Oh, okay, no, never mind." I saw someone briefly behind him, and I said, "Okay, no, never mind. I just saw spirit behind you." So that's the one that's making those noises. For the rest, there was nothing else. So I told him it's just a nosy spirit. Just don't bother. He's not going to hurt you or anything. Ali Alakim says deserts too. Yeah, deserts too. I've also heard stories about Marine station in Iraq, and the things that they encountered in the desert, blah blah blah. David B is asking me, do you have any idea why Suriname as a whole is haunted? Because Suriname has a rich history, but a rich history in terms of a rich occult history or a paranormal history, and it's not just Suriname. Okay, a lot of people, a lot of places, especially in the Caribbean as a whole, they have a bunch of places that are haunted. Practically anywhere where slaves were present, or where there was a lot of pain and suffering or tension, is haunted. Like I said, here you don't even have to do anything. If you're a hunter here, for example, you go into the jungle, believe me, you'll encounter spirits, okay? I've had one of those imbeciles that I used to be involved with, one of those dumb Indians that wanted rice with a big piece of meat at that four-star restaurant. He he told me a couple of stories because he likes to go hunting, and he told me stories about things that he saw and whatnot. You know, things that clearly weren't of this world, if you will. Blah blah blah. David B is asking me any way to cleanse it. Nah, you'd have to cleanse the whole country. Screw that. I'm not cleansing vermin. No, thank you. Definitely not cleansing vermin. Even here, there are houses that are abandoned because these houses are haunted. In the sense that no one can stay in these houses. You'll see a beautiful house, and then all of a sudden, you'll see that the owner sells it for way too little money. For example, a house that's worth $50,000, he'll sell it for $5,000 or $1,000 even. Something's clearly not right. Of course, don't be superstitious. This is the case globally. If you walk into the house and you see nothing wrong physically with the house, then something else is up. If you can't find any logical explanation, then yeah, most likely the house is haunted. And yeah, just stay in the house, and all of a sudden you'll see a bunch of shit happening. Toilet will flush itself. You'll feel steps. You'll feel cold breezes. You'll hear people talking out in the hallway when sleeping at night. You'll hear footsteps right outside your door, your bedroom door, or you'll just feel like you're saying a strange energy. You'll feel that something's off. Your intuition will tell you, hey, something's wrong with this house. Something's wrong. Usually indicates an otherworldly or malevolent presence. So yeah, it's definitely not recommended. It's just not recommended. Okay, it's just logical thinking. Okay, if someone can possibly sell something for a fraction of the price, that means that there's something wrong. There's a catch. Someone can't just sell something, for example, a house that looks okay physically for a tenth of the price. No, something's wrong. Something's up then. And if nothing is wrong physically, then something's wrong non-physically. Ali Al Hakim says they say Paimon is from Iran desert. That's why he comes with a camel, and Paimon actually means promise in Persian language. Yeah, Paimon has pagan roots. Okay, Paimon is a pagan god, but he's from the Middle East specifically, just Persia as a whole. And I don't know if that counts as nowadays Iran. And he says partially. So yeah, he says you can safely assume that he is from Iran, but it's partially. Partially the case. He covers Iraq, Saudi Arabia, the whole region, but that was in BC times. Was worshipped as a caravan god and whatnot by nomads. David B says, if you manage to come to a haunted house, would you be able to cleanse it? I don't need to come to the house. I can cleanse a house. It's one of the things I offer on my main page on my magical surfaces for hire. Getting rid of haunted areas, spaces, and houses is one of the things I do. It says so. Hold on. My magical surfaces for hire page. Come on. Just read the list, David B, in this article. My surfaces for hire page, and you'll see that haunted houses is one of them. Ali Al Hakim is asking me by who? By Paimon. I just love my ringtone. My ringtone is so funny. Do you speak a Chinese? No, we do. Let's sing Mao Ya. Do you speak a Chinese? Ling Xing Mao Ya. Ali Al Hakim says, no, I went. He was worshipped by who? He was worshipped by nomads. Back in the day, they traveled like nomads from place to place, and he was simply worshipped by them. He was created and worshipped by them for safe travels and whatnot. So yeah, David B, you can see for yourself, okay? That's one of the many things that I offer. I don't need to come to a location. I can cleanse a haunted location just like here. Nomads, nomads. David B says, when I was in Thailand, many places I visited had strange energy. Yeah, it's normal. Thailand, you name it, Japan, China, a lot of paranormal thingies going on there. That's why mostly Japan has a lot of paranormal horror movies that have been taken over by Americans. Americans are more known for slasher horror. They think that someone running behind you with a weapon is scary and not much supernatural horror. Whereas with Japan, it's the opposite. A lot of supernatural horror going on in Japan, specifically relating to necromancy. Um, Paimon says nomads and Berbers. Yeah, Berbers. David B says, what's worse then? What do you mean, what's worse? Code 919 says, if you attract a partner with Zipar, is getting barren or rheumatic? No, Code 919. I don't know why people make these stupid assumptions. Zipar is shaking his head. He said he can't listen to this kind of crap. David B is someone running with an axe behind you or something paranormal. The paranormal is a lot worse, okay? The guy running behind me with an axe, I can easily kill that guy. I can just find a weapon myself and go toe to toe with him. I always found these movies so stupid. All people can do is run from a killer with an axe. Ah, please. I'd run away and then I'd come back with my own axe. And then I'd say, okay, let's go, bitch. May the best man win. Yes, what's unseen is more scary. Okay. I can't kill a spirit, and a spirit can doesn't have to run after me. A spirit can easily keep track of me wherever I go and whatnot. And it's a lot more difficult to deal with as an unwanted element. Any other questions? Any other questions? Code 19 says, so it's the false information that he will make women barren. Yes, that's false. He can make people barren, men as well as women, women and men, vice versa. But especially women, he says. But that's separate. That doesn't mean that automatically working with him will make you barren, as in infertile. David B says, what do you think about haunted objects? I don't really have an opinion on them. It's starting to rain in my location. I hope the internet doesn't fall out again, piece of shit. There's no lightning and thunder, but still, sky's clear. Um, I have no opinion on it. Haunted dolls and whatnot. I really have no opinion on them. No. Oh, David B, you're saying, do you mean are they legit or not? Some of them are legit. I mean, haunted dolls and whatnot. That, for example, the ones that were taken by Ed and Lorraine Warren, those demonologists, those seem to be legit. Yeah, it is normal for an object to be haunted occult-wise. Ali Alakim is asking me, where do you live, Mourinho? If you don't mind me asking, you don't know. I clearly said Suriname. That's what the last hour of the stream was about. Like literally infused with negative energy, David B says. Yeah, they're infused with negative energy or a a malevolent entity, or just an entity that's chthonic in general and that's not too friendly, took refuge in it. Coming close to 4 hours on the live stream. Current time is 12:56 p.m. So close to 1 p.m. for me. I think I'm gonna wrap this up. I've been online long enough. Things have also dumbed down, which I don't mind. Does anyone have any other questions? David B says, and then it becomes Chucky the doll. Yeah, Chucky. Child's play like no other. Ali Alakim says, I was reading your Cherubim article, LOL. Okay, and what's so funny about that article? What's so funny about that article? David B says, is it true that animals can sense spirits and such, or that they can see spirits? Some animals can, like dogs and cats and so on. They can, not all the time, but they're more prone to seeing animals. They're more prone to seeing animals. Ali Alakim says, then pay attention. You were talking when you talked about Suriname. I was reading the article. Okay. Sometimes it's unnerving, David B says, when my dog is just staring into a place where there's nothing. Yeah, it's possible. Doesn't have to be the case that he's seeing a spirit or a ghost or something, but it is possible. Very possible, very likely. Okay. So like I said, I'm gonna wrap it up. No one has anything else to say, just David B and Ali Alakim are talking. I'm seeing 6 people online that are just listening diligently. Occult experience, I almost forgot about you. What do cherubims do? For example, angels are messengers, seraphims are guards. What are cherubims' jobs? Cherubims come right after seraphims, so they're like gods, semi bodyguards. Okay, basically second in command, so to speak, in that aspect. They're also guardians, but they guard heavenly places, sorry, and whatnot. Um, so yeah, last questions. Last questions, anyone? Anyone? Will eat my food in a minute. In a minute. Minute! Same thing I had yesterday, David B. I'm gonna have the same thing I had yesterday. You were already logged on yesterday, so you saw what I ate. I bought 2 packages, and one of them is in the fridge. I'm gonna reheat it, and then I'm done. Occult experience is saying, what are your thoughts on Cupid? Is it a real spirit? I have no idea. It's possible, or otherwise it's just an egregore that was created. So even if it is an egregore, it was simply created because it's been empowered through simple pop media and general belief systems of people. Code 19 says, sorry to ask this, I'm just confused. Is attracting a partner and making people barren different things that Separ could accomplish? Yes, they are different, that's obvious. So other thing is, other questiones. Other questiones. Does anyone else have any questions? David B says, if that were the case, it wouldn't be profitable to work with Separ if he would make you barren or your partner. Yeah, exactly. I have no idea why people are so dense to confuse subjects just out of nowhere. Code 19 says, I've read somewhere that Separ doesn't like humans. Again, bullshit. Okay, bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Don't believe what kind of nonsense you see left and right. I mean, seriously, how stupid do you have to be to just assume that it's true? Tomorrow I'll say that Lucifer lays eggs, and you'll say, "Oh, Lucifer lays eggs. He likes eggs." I mean, how Lucifer is laughing right now. Now that was funny, as he said. That's what he's saying. Now that was funny. A genuine joke from Mr. Master Moreno. Yeah. See, even Lucifer is laughing. I've never heard that spirits hate or don't like humans because they're beyond that. They do dislike humans, angels especially, and holy spirits dislike humans. Dislike humans, theoretically speaking, because they are we're simply beneath them, well beneath them. It's like the same way you not liking the ghetto. If you're high and dry, living in a nice neighborhood, you wouldn't go to the ghetto where everything is run down and everything is so dilapidated and shit. So yeah, there you go. Okay, already 4 hours and 1 minute. Code 919 is asking is thanking me for piercing the veil. Sure, no problem. Okay, and it has been enough. I am going to eat. I still have other things to do for the rest of this day. And then it's ritual again in the evening for B and Ejan. Today's Wednesday after all. No thanks necessary. Thanks. I'll see you guys later. And 10 8 9 10 9 8 7 6 4 5 3 2 1. Bye bye.